guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. In a few hours' time, US Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump will meet in what could be a pivotal debate between the two White House hopefuls. The nominees are coming face-to-face in the city of Philadelphia, in the must-win state of Pennsylvania. Nick Harper looks ahead to the high-stakes event.
Millions of people watching. It is 90 minutes of live unscripted television. Anything could happen. And remember, both candidates will very much be aiming to make a good impression. They'll be aiming to avoid any gaffes. And if there are any viral moments, they're hoping that they are for the right reasons, not the wrong ones, to be chewed over by the media throughout the course of this campaign. Because really, tonight is all about selling themselves to the American voters. Because ultimately, it all comes down to who voters think perform better on the night itself.
Residents along the Texas and Louisiana coasts are bracing for what could be a Category 2 hurricane later this week. Tropical storm Francine is strengthening in the Gulf of Mexico, and it's expected to bring downpours and storm surges when it makes landfall. The United Nations General Assembly is planning to put to a vote a resolution demanding that Israel ends its presence in the occupied Palestinian territory within 6 months. The Palestinian Authority has now submitted the draft to member states for consideration, with a preliminary vote set for September the 18th. Jody Jacobs reports from the United Nations in New York.
Should this vote go ahead in the General Assembly, it'll come just days before world leaders begin to arrive in New York for their annual gathering. The 8-page document is now under consideration and could change as member states discuss its contents. In its last advisory opinion, the UN's highest court, the ICJ, said Israel's occupation of Palestinian territories and settlements is illegal and should be withdrawn, adding that this needed to be done as rapidly as possible. The draft resolution before the General Assembly is explicit and puts a time frame of 6 months on it. The ICJ's advisory opinion was not binding, but carries weight under international law, and so too are General Assembly resolutions, and they carry political weight. Jody Jacobs, New York.
SpaceX has launched a capsule carrying 4 private citizens into orbit on a 5-day mission set to make history by including the first spacewalk conducted by a non-government crew. The journey will also take the 4 private astronauts to the highest orbital altitude that humans have reached since the Apollo moon mission in 1972. The Polaris Dawn mission suffered several weather delays, but lifted off from Cape Canaveral in Florida on Tuesday morning. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Is the stage being set for Western allies to give the go-ahead to Ukraine to use weaponry supplied by NATO members to its fullest effect? There is speculation that may be at the heart of a White House meeting due to take place on Friday between President Joe Biden and Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer. At the moment, the West places restrictions on weapons it sends to Kyiv for fear of being drawn into a wider conflict with Russia.
Will it mean that Ukraine will win the war? Absolutely not. But it does have an effect, and it is a way of bringing the war to Russia.
David Patrikarakos is a special correspondent for the Daily Mail, currently in the Ukrainian port city of Kherson.
If you're worried about Russian escalation, don't arm Ukraine in the first place. And when it comes to escalation and nuclear saber-rattling, let's not forget that Ukraine has recently become the first power to invade Russia since the 1940s. And Putin, far from rattling his nuclear saber about Kursk, is actually ignoring it, pretending it's not happening to his own people. If you strike Russia, you hurt Russia. And appeasement doesn't work. There are Western weapons being used against Russians every day on Ukrainian territory. To say that we can't do something else for fear of escalating the conflict, I think what has been shown over the past few months is that when Ukraine does step up, when it does hurt Russia more directly, the Russians will back down and the Ukrainian cause will be advanced.
Will President Biden agree with that argument? It's unclear, but he is coming under increasing pressure to let the Ukrainians take the gloves off. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our main news again. In a few hours' time, US Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump will meet in what could be a pivotal debate between the two White House hopefuls. Residents along the Texas and Louisiana coasts are bracing for what could be a Category 2 hurricane later this week. And SpaceX has launched a capsule carrying 4 private citizens into orbit. And that's the latest feature story news. Kate Fisher reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Alrighty then, here we go. Off and rolling. Rolling into a Wednesday. Hump day. We shall turn the page on the calendar as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. Yeah, looky there. 11th day of September. My, how the years fly by. It almost seems like yesterday, but 23 years have now come and gone. But again, a day for all of us that are old enough to remember. Yeah, we'll never forget September 11, 2001. A day that changed this country rather dramatically. But first things first, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Beautiful, clear night outside of the secret bunker, 61 degrees. Glad to have you join us early on here. Well, where do we begin? What's the big story? All right. The debate is in the books. Might there actually be another? We'll break it all down, of course. Very keenly interested in your take on how things went. I say undoubtedly Kamala Harris held her own. She did a very good job with diversion tactics. Got Trump a little bit off base, off script several times during the debate. Now, the other big story is, all right, the latest on Francine. Hurricane Francine. Preparations need to be rapidly concluded in Louisiana. Now we're rolling into a Wednesday. Let me start with some of the live updates over the last few hours. Baton Rouge gearing up, as they say, batten down the hatches. Supermarkets running out of bottled water as Francine approaches, gearing up for a hurricane. It is that is, most are. Leo Honeycutt reported to AccuWeather from Louisiana's capital, Baton Rouge, where traffic is at a standstill, even though Francine was still hundreds of miles away. One local resident says, I recall my power being out for 2 weeks back in 2021 during Hurricane Ida. Louisiana's governor, Jeff Landry, trying to warn the locals about hurricane fatigue and the impact on residents to be prepared. Heed the warnings that the local officials are sending out on some of the social platforms, X and Instagram. St. James Parish Sheriff announcing that he and his staff continue to make preparations in advance of Francine's landfall. This parish sits between New Orleans and Baton Rouge, the two biggest cities in the state. But he did announce all sheriff's offices will be closed on Wednesday, today. The parish will operate, opening 2 emergency shelters, one at the West Bank Reception Hall, one at the Luther Senior Center, starting at 7 o'clock this morning, Wednesday morning. The sheriff ended his post by urging local residents to monitor the forecast, complete any preparations, stay off the roadways when conditions begin to deteriorate. What's in a name, they say. This week's storm, Francine, will mark the first time the name Francine has been used for an Atlantic tropical storm by the Hurricane Center. They maintain a list of names that are recycled every 6 years. Well, prior to this year, the last F-named storm was Fiona, a name that was retired in 2018 after tropical rainstorm Fiona, formerly Hurricane Fiona, caused over $3 billion in damage in Atlantic Canada. An alternate spelling of Francine was actually used in the Eastern Pacific for storms at 1967 and 75, and that was tropical storms. Then a hurricane Category 3 in 1971. None of those actually affected land. But the most recent hurricane to hit Louisiana was indeed Ida in 2021. Between 2019 and 21, Louisiana had 8 tropical storms or hurricanes making landfall, including major hurricanes Laura and Ida. Also, Hurricane Sandy tracked just east of the boundaries in 2020. And Tropical Depression Nicholas passed through the southwest part of the state in 21. 2 tropical rainstorms previously, tropical storms, also affected the state. Olga in 2019, Beta in 2020, which was a very active year. Beta was into the Greek alphabet at that point in time. Governor Landry said, we're ready for this storm. Louisiana is prepared and resilient. But yes, some of the video coming in showing empty shelves, bottled water sold out, residents stocking up this past day, residents preparing, stocking up on the normal storm provisions, food, water. They had video from a Walmart in Lafayette, Louisiana, shelves almost empty of the bottled water. Forecasters always encourage people to have emergency preparedness kits when a hurricane warning's issued. Several jugs of water, obviously flashlights, food, blankets, batteries, first aid kits. These should all be packed and ready to go in the event of evacuation orders being issued. Now, the big concern is going to be the power outage risk, as Francine bears down on the coast later today because of the fast-paced movement of the storm. Francine may bring power outages far inland, they're telling us. A broad zone of winds frequenting 60 to 80 miles per hour will occur over much of southern and central Louisiana and parts of western Mississippi. Winds of this intensity and even lower at sustained speeds are plenty strong enough to bring down trees, triggering regional to widespread power outages, including the New Orleans area, Baton Rouge, and Lafayette, Louisiana. Those are just some of the updates from the Hurricane Center. The 11 p.m. Eastern Time discussion and outlook from the National Hurricane Center showed Francine moving to the northeast now. She's made that turn at about 10 miles per hour. A faster northeast motion is expected as we progress through the day. Wednesday, on this track, Francine is anticipated to make landfall sometime Wednesday afternoon or evening in Louisiana. And after landfall, the center's expected to move northward into Mississippi Wednesday night and Thursday. Currently, Maxine, a minimal hurricane. The maximum sustained winds at the moment, about 75 miles per hour with higher gusts. The expectation, though, is additional strengthening throughout the day ahead, expected to weaken quickly after moving ashore and inland. Now, they kind of describe hurricane-force winds extending outward up to 35 miles from the center. So essentially, you've got a 70-mile wide swath with winds of 74 plus miles per hour. Tropical storm force winds, so winds of 39 miles per hour or higher, extending outward up to 115 miles. So essentially a 230-mile wide swath will be dealing with tropical storm force winds. The latest central pressure from the Air Force Hurricane Hunters, the storm now at 980 millibars. I believe when we closed things out there Tuesday morning, it was 992. So the central pressure continues to drop. As I look at the radar scene, having a difficult time finding where actually the center of circulation is. She looks somewhat disorganized at this point in time, but expected to continue developing, intensifying through the upcoming day. Now, the latest from AccuWeather. They've had this system on their radar for weeks. Their forecast that it could ramp up to a Category 2 hurricane as we progress through the day today. it could actually be strengthening at landfall rather than weakening, which will increase the impacts. The steering breezes will guide Francine onshore Wednesday afternoon. So the tropical storm will spend another 24 hours or so over the Gulf of Mexico, the opportunity to continue strengthening. Tuesday afternoon, Francine was gearing in, closing in on hurricane intensity, which it did indeed this past evening. All right, hurricane warnings are in effect. From Sabine Pass to Grand Isle, Louisiana, tropical storm warnings in effect for the South Texas coast, the Upper Texas coast, and the Louisiana coast from Grand Isle through Lake Pontchartrain. Francine has kind of been struggling with some dry air mixing in Monday night and Tuesday morning. That's beginning to clear out. Open waters is where she's right now, spending the night tonight. Things could change, and an increase in strength is likely. Minimal impacts likely to the state of Texas from this system. The forecast track will prevent big rains from falling over much of interior Texas as dry air continues to sweep southeast on the storm's western flank. Houston, you may pick up an inch of rain, maybe even less, based on the latest track and the movement of the dry air. Houston's stormwater infrastructure should handle that sort of rain very well. Maybe some minor travel problems with some downpours and runoff, especially to the east of the city. Louisiana, you're going to bear the brunt of the wind, the rain, and yes, the storm surge. Based on the track and intensity, they're projecting a storm surge which could approach 6 to 10 feet along much of the Louisiana coast. There could be pockets of 10 to 15 feet on some of the inland bays in south central Louisiana. As long as Francis tracks into central Louisiana, the storm surge in New Orleans, including Lake Pontchartrain, should be 3 to 6 feet. Should she track a bit further east, which some data is suggesting, the storm surge could be greater in southeast Louisiana. It will pack a punch in terms of strong winds. Gusts are expected 130 miles per hour along the south central Louisiana coast. Then a broad zone of winds frequenting 60 to 80 miles per hour over much of southern and central Louisiana and parts of western Mississippi. Tornadoes will be a concern as well. Where tornadoes occur, damage can be more severe, posing a greater risk to lives and property. The highest risk of inland tornadoes will be north and east of the center, because some dry air's been entrained into Francine's circulation. That may actually increase the number and intensity of severe thunderstorms, which could boost the number of tornadoes starting today, possibly continuing all the way into Friday. But the most far-reaching impacts, heavy rain, triggering everything from small stream and low-lying flooding to significant rises on some of the south-central U.S. region's secondary rivers and the bayous. A broad area, 4 to 8 inches, will fall, centered on the Mississippi Delta region. 8 to 12 inches of rain could occur in others. Some totals may be approaching 2 feet, 24 inch in parts of southern Louisiana. Now, we do know water levels on the Mississippi River have been plummeting in recent weeks at near historic lows, once again for the third year in a row. The rain and reasonable water level rise on the Mississippi are actually much needed for the tug and barge operations. This waterway invaluable for the low coast transport of grains and other commodities. Now, since the amount of rain will tail off quickly over the Ohio River Valley, no rain from Francine reaching the upper Mississippi Valley, probably not enough of a water level rise or one that lasts very long is likely to occur on the mid-Mississippi stem. The Ohio contributes more than the main stem of the Mississippi at the Ohio-Mississippi River confluence. But the slow movement of Francine while inland should boost rainfall amounts over the south-central region. Will Francine lastly impact petroleum operations? Now, how strong she becomes, that's going to determine the scope and the impact on the petroleum industry and the refining operations along the Gulf Coast. They've got the map depicting the Gulf of Mexico, locations of some of the oil and gas rigs. This strengthening system will likely have some negative effect on some of those operations, which could be reflected as higher prices at the pump for a period of time. So there you go, the latest on Francine. Hello to Philly Dan as we check in this Wednesday morning. Good morning, crew. Kamala Harris testing negative for future president last night. Okay, we'll get your takes on this. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. The midnight hour. Steve is throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on. Stay Bill your lane. The overnight drive is about to hammer down. It's 844-844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. Be a part of the show. Anyway, 63 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Well, that's over. The first debate. Now, in Pappy's opinion, Harris held her own. She probably feels pretty good about it. She just might be willing to do another one. What do you think? Bottom line, if you're a Trump supporter, he did well. If you're a Harris supporter, she did well. If you're undecided at this point, I don't see anything in there that would maybe change anybody's mind. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever, crank up that volume. Dial us up. Tell us your nocturnal views, how things went. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? Hello, Jerry. Good morning, everybody. So in regards to the debate, what a waste of time, you said. She's delusional, but she played him like a fiddle. I tagged you a few things on Facebook. Anybody see anything new on the Kentucky shooter situation? Be safe, everybody. Keep on trucking. Yeah, we do have the latest. I can tell you this, the reward numbers are going up. The search continues. And they kind of explain why the search is so difficult, where this is all taking place. Yeah, down toward London, Kentucky. Meanwhile, a couple of others here. Kevin, good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Can't wait for all the opinions on the debate tonight. Jack says, good morning. Top of the morning to all the overnight drive listeners. A special good morning to Spaceman. It was good to hear him call in the other day. We've got 63 degrees down here in Cleves. I have to say, Spaceman's call really got me thinking that no day is promised, Steve. And I always have enjoyed your program and all the great people that participate. Eagle with his common sense, Pappy out there keeping us all safe, and the old Carolina monkey gouger. And, of course, the Spaceman. Such a wonderful group of people. And I'm glad you guys have let me be part of the family. Good to have you with us. God bless you all. And stay safe out there. Good afternoon, Hammerdown. Larry, be safe. 57 degrees in Coxsackie, New York. Coxsackie. Round two to Schenectady, back to Wilmington, Delaware. We'll get another load of monkey pickles for tomorrow. Hello to Joe. Have a safe night to all. I-77 northbound, there's Shorty, Statesville, North Carolina, 58 degrees. We are Columbus bound. Hey, I saw your video this morning, Shorty, as SpaceX did finally successfully launch the Polaris Dawn mission, 5:23 a.m. I had tried to give you a heads up that this might be visible all up and down the eastern seaboard, and indeed, I saw some photos posted from North Carolina up into Maryland. What a beautiful sight it was as it made its way up the eastern seaboard this past morning. A lot of folks were taking pictures saying, what the hell is that? What's going on? They had no idea about the Polaris Dawn launch. And a couple of other quickly here. Gilligan, good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, clear and cool at the airport, Roanoke, Virginia. 55 degrees, everybody. Keep it shiny side up tonight. John Ferguson, the only thing I wish Trump wouldn't have done was overreact to her pathetic jabs and insults. She did shake him up a bit. Just parked for the night on the shoulder on Indiana 49. Headed for Cranberry, New Jersey for a Thursday delivery. Stay safe, all the listeners out there. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. 71 degrees, Oakley, Kansas. The powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed west with 135 bluegrass Holsteins headed for Colorado. I'm getting beat up on the fan page for thinking only the debate and Donald Trump getting his feelings hurt and saying some stupid stuff. Yeah, be careful. Steve, Kamala can hold her own. Some of your listeners may badmouth you for telling the truth. See, Trump did good on some points, but mostly he was owned by Kamala. I kind of concur with that. We'll be right back.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. In a few hours' time, US Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump will meet in what could be a pivotal debate between the two White House hopefuls. The nominees are coming face-to-face in the city of Philadelphia, in the must-win state of Pennsylvania. Nick Harper looks ahead to the high-stakes event.
Millions of people watching. It is 90 minutes of live, unscripted television. Anything could happen. And remember, both candidates will very much be aiming to make a good impression. They'll be aiming to avoid any gaffes. And if there are any viral moments, they're hoping that they are for the right reasons, not the wrong ones, to be chewed over by the media throughout the course of this campaign. Because really, tonight is all about selling themselves to the American voters. Because ultimately, it all comes down to who voters think perform better on the night itself.
Residents along the Texas and Louisiana coasts are bracing for what could be a Category 2 hurricane later this week. Tropical storm Francine is strengthening in the Gulf of Mexico, and it's expected to bring downpours and storm surges when it makes landfall. The United Nations General Assembly is planning to put to a vote a resolution demanding that Israel ends its presence in the occupied Palestinian territory within 6 months. The Palestinian Authority has now submitted the draft to member states for consideration, with a preliminary vote set for September the 18th. Jody Jacobs reports from the United Nations in New York.
Should this vote go ahead in the General Assembly, it'll come just days before world leaders begin to arrive in New York for their annual gathering. The 8-page document is now under consideration and could change as member states discuss its contents. In its last advisory opinion, the UN's highest court, the ICJ, said Israel's occupation of Palestinian territories and settlements is illegal and should be withdrawn, adding that this needed to be done as rapidly as possible. The draft resolution before the General Assembly is explicit and puts a time frame of 6 months on it. The ICJ's advisory opinion was not binding, but carries weight under international law, and so too are General Assembly resolutions, and they carry political weight. Jody Jacobs, New York.
SpaceX has launched a capsule carrying 4 private citizens into orbit on a 5-day mission set to make history by including the first spacewalk conducted by a non-government crew. The journey will also take the 4 private astronauts to the highest orbital altitude that humans have reached since the Apollo moon mission in 1972. The Polaris Dawn mission suffered several weather delays, but lifted off from Cape Canaveral in Florida on Tuesday morning. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, we'll get to some of the other folks checking in early on here this Wednesday morning already. Let's get to the phones. Sasquatch, what do you say?
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you today?
Well, we survived another day. We're ready to do it again. How about you?
I understand that. Yep, that's what I'm about doing. My day's about over with. Let's go into the debate. Thanks for letting me be the first one out of the chute there. I really like that. I wish when they ask questions about certain things, they both look like two little kids sitting there, see who could throw the mud the furthest. And I get it. They don't like each other. They never have. But instead of her jousting him and him jousting her and constantly, it looked like two little kids fighting in a mud puddle, because they never, when they ask about Ukraine and what would you do, yeah, he said he would stop it, but he spent the first part of that 2 minutes slamming her.
Mm-hmm.
Then on her rebuttal, she started in on him. No, give us something give us something what you want to do. You know, if her track record being number 2 is not as clear, then she should have been working harder to explain what she wanted to do with something like that. She didn't. She threw him under the bus, and he kind of took the bait, then turned around, and he did the same thing. I did, on some key issues, neither one of them answered. They just stood there and, I didn't think it was a professional debate on topics.
Didn't get a whole lot of substantive policy issues.
No, nothing. It just, it didn't look good. Now, I will agree, they both had their good points. Neither one of them really come out substantially ahead of the game. I think it was an even toss-up. He did say, I listened to the follow-up on it. He wants to do another one because I think his handlers told him, yeah, you kind of messed up a little bit and taken her bait. But, okay, he's still a bull in a china shop. He always will be. And she's a savvy lawyer that's, however you want to call that. So I get it, but I just didn't see anything there that was substantial at all on a whole lot of stuff, you know. And when one would tell a lie on the other, and it was, I thought it was just disrespectful to us as citizens of the United States the way they acted in there. We know that Trump's got a past. We know that the vice president has a past. And if you live under a rock, it's the only way that you wouldn't know what that is. So now, tell us what you're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
I did not hear that on anything. Tell us what you're going to do for that family of four that, according to her, is spending an extra $1,100 a month on living expenses or whatever that number was.
Correct.
Where did they find that extra money? Okay.
Well, most of that now is coming from credit cards, to my understanding.
Right. So it just, it boils down to really bad politics. And this is coming from, I was actually local city council for a few years, and I learned a whole lot on how things can get really messed up. But it was fun to watch because it was, how do I want to put it? It was like you're sitting there waiting to see who's going to come up with the next zinger.
Yeah.
Like some sort of comedy show in one way, and he did correct her on a couple of things because she was talking over the closed mic. I've seen that, but for those two people, as articulate as they are, and as long as they've been in the public service I think they should have been able to do better and act more accordingly to what they were looking at.
Right.
This was a historical moment.
Well, you think, will we possibly have a debate number 2? I think that might be in the offing. Yeah, obviously they're going to be watching if Kamala gets a bump. The focus, as we know, is that 15, 20% of the undecideds out there. It really, as far as I'm concerned, it's kind of hard to grasp how so many are in that category still at this point in time, but they say there's a lot of undecideds. We know the hardcore, the Trump supporters, their minds are made up. Yeah, the hardcore Trump haters, their minds are made up. The big one is that 15 to 20%. How do you convince them? And kind of arguing, like you said, arguing back and forth doesn't really bode well to convincing anyone that you will be better at making their lives better. It's the way I see it. What do you say? Horse feathers, Mike.
Yeah, Your Honor, let's get that over with quick and fast here. Hey, Mike, what day is it? What day? Man, we got a lot of things it could be today. But we'll let you start out with the first one.
Hump day. Yeah, September 11. Yeah, the day
Yes.
after. Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, the first thing to get out of the way is definitely September 11th, and remember where we were 23 years ago at this point and what happened. So, and never forget the ones we've lost, and not only them, but we're still losing people every day from that. From the cleanup and the
Lung
attempt
cancers.
to try to find survivors. Everybody that was involved in New York City at that day is on a dying course from that. So yeah, we're still losing more every day because of that. Anyways, so I've been out here on the road. Got started early this evening and was in the process of loading when the debate started. So I listened to the second half of the debate, and I'm kind of on the side of it being a toss-up. Our previous president, President Trump, he was certainly outnumbered at the debate by 3-1 because the two ABC moderators were very definitely on the Harris side, and especially with their fact-checking. I mean, they were throwing out fact-checking that needed to be fact-checked because their fact-checking was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if there really wasn't too much fact-checking on the side for the vice president, because she was never really asked a question that if she was asked a question to begin with, she didn't answer the question, so there really wasn't a lot to be fact-checked other than her couple statements that she made about President Trump that, as he said, were well over 20, 30 years old, that she was just digging into history to try to bring things out that were completely irrelevant to what is going on today.
Right.
I think her flipping of policy, that the little bit that she did speak of from the convention of wanting to go totally green and do away with fracking and drilling and all electric vehicles, to not committing to that tonight when she was pressed on that by our former president. I think he was right in stating that he needs to send her a mega hat. I think she'd do well wearing a mega hat. But if she got elected, the first week in office, she'd have to bury it because she's going to go right back to this campaign that they've been on for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
So you're not going to see what she's saying right now, because she's just trying to appease as you said, appease the voters that haven't made a decision, to try to sway them to go her way to get in, so that they can continue on with what they've started here for these last 3.5 years that Donald Trump disrupted for 4 years in the middle there of what Obama kind of had started. But anyway, so and the one thing about the next debate, and I listened to Hannity after the debate was finished and the little spin deals there. President Trump still isn't on a guaranteed want to have another debate, but within minutes of the debate finishing, the Harris office there was actually asking to have another debate. And as President Trump stated to Hannity, when you watch a boxing match and the prize fighter loses, goes down and loses, the first thing he says when he gets back up is, "I want a rematch." So, President Trump's not asking for one, but the Harris people want another debate.
Well, I think we ended up with a calm, cool, collected Kamala. We did not hear cackles. It was, nothing was a laughing matter. Yeah, I think she had very good debate preparation. Now, look, here's the the first CNN did a flash poll. Now, who's going to respond to a CNN poll? Yeah, but the numbers show prior to the debate, it was 50% Kamala Harris, 50% Donald Trump. After the debate, 63% Kamala, 37%. Yeah, instant poll after the first Trump-Harris debate. All right, we'll get a quick time out. We'll return to your calls after this.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let me jump over to the Jolly Green Giant.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I agree with Pappy and everything that Sasquatch and Horsefeather was saying. But to be honest with you, I was impressed with Harris. I think she did a good job of debating Trump. And I will tell you, I am not a big fan of Trump as a person, but I do like his politics. I think he did a good job as a president. I voted for him the previous 2 times, and I will vote for him again. But Trump was wrong about one thing. Biden and Harris administration does not hate Israel. That was not true. He said that they hated Israel. They have done nothing but supported Israel. The only mistake that the Biden-Harris administration has made was giving all that money.
And Jolly Green, you're breaking up. Take 1, take 2. I think we lost Jolly Green. He did say Harris hates Israel, and he clarified by making the point that when Benjamin Netanyahu was here and he spoke to a joint session of Congress, she didn't even meet with him. That was That's called a snub. All right, we'll get to Senor Heatwave, I do believe.
Good morning, Senor. How you doing today?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
Apparently, I must have talked to the computer while I had the microphone up on my head. Sorry. I tell you what, when I heard Cackles talking, I changed. I either turned down the radio or I listened to something else. And every time I got back on, Cackles was back there again. It was like, damn it, I missed what Trump said. Well, thankfully, Lady Heatwave's got everything recorded, so I can go ahead and pan over the bad stuff and listen to what Trump had to say. You know, I don't care what Comrade Kamala is talking about. I don't care. I'm voting for policies that worked, not personality. And it's true. We were much better off under Trump's governance than we have been under the Biden-Harris administration. A good thing, a good indicator is this. Check out and see how many truck companies have failed this under Biden. Compare that to how many companies had failed under Trump. Why are they failing? Cost of fuel is up. I mean, hell, it was what, $8 a gallon there in California? Diesel? Gasoline was $6. That cost has got to go somewhere, and it's getting passed along to us, the consumer. Policies. Drill, baby, drill. Let's refine what we have. Let's reopen more Anwar. That's what it was I was thinking of. We need to open it up, drill, and use the oil for us. And then when we get the energy costs down, prices will go down because fuel's not expensive. We are a fuel-based economy, energy-based economy. And you can't just say we're going to be free from oil. There's too many things in our economy that is oil-based. Plastics, oil-based. Grease to make sure everything runs smooth. Oil-based. You get grease from the oil. You know, I disagree with Jolly Green, and I cannot remember what it was I'm disagreeing about.
The only point he actually got to was Israel, that he feels as though the Biden-Harris administration actually supports Israel. They're supporting both sides. I mean, yeah, we're sending additional weapons, we're selling weapons and support to Israel. At the same time, we're supporting the Palestinian side. You can't have it both ways.
Israel did not start this war. We all know that. Hamas started the war. Russia invaded Ukraine. Now we're getting, we give them the weapons and we say, okay, well, here's the restrictions. Now maybe they're going to open up saying, all right, we'll go ahead and take care of your issue with Russia. But they're looking at Israel telling them, hey, you need to calm down, restrain yourself a little bit. Hamas didn't. Hezbollah's not. The Houthis are not. Iran sure as hell ain't. You know, if I were the one in charge making these decisions, I would look at Israel, the right hand of God, and say, you know what? You do what you got to do. Because those people against Israel, I mean, what does their teaching say? It's okay to lie to an infidel?
Yes.
Yeah. Enough said. If they're threatening to wipe you off the face of the earth, then you need to do in kind. Get rid of the malcontents there. I'm sure there are plenty of Palestinians who would love to live in peace and share in prosperity, but they have been taken over by Hamas and Hezbollah. That they're afraid to do anything because it may be their throat that gets slit by those radicals.
Right.
So,
well, Senor Heatwave, we're up to the closing out of hour number 1. Interesting takes. I knew everybody would have opinions, but we'll get the news break in here back on a hump day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bundan in Mumbai. US Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump have met for a fiery debate ahead of the presidential election, in which they both accused each other of lying. The nominees came face-to-face in the city of Philadelphia in the crucial state of Pennsylvania. They debated major policy issues, including the economy, abortion and immigration. Caroline Malone has more on some of the night's takeaways.
Kamala Harris took the opportunity to show the US who she is as a person and what she stands for with her policies on the debate stage, making the case that she is the new future of the presidency. She laid out economic plans and insisted she is not the same as Biden. Trump spoke of his plans to save the economy from what he called the disastrous Biden-Harris administration and their open borders that allow criminals to flow in. He also talked a little more bizarrely about Haitian immigrants eating cats and dogs, which moderators fact-checked. Harris's solid performance was topped off by an endorsement at the end of the debate from Taylor Swift, a singer who has millions of loyal followers, who signed off a letter to her fans as, quote, childless cat lady, referencing a criticism made by Trump's vice president candidate J.D. Vance.
Vietnam's capital, Hanoi, is on alert for floods after the government said the death toll in Vietnam from Typhoon Yagi has risen to more than 140. Authorities warned that floodwaters were causing the Red River to rise rapidly and threatening to inundate downtown districts of the capital, Hanoi. Laura Westbrook reports.
Asia's worst storm this year, Typhoon Yagi, brought with it heavy rain that triggered deadly landslides and floods in northern Vietnam. State media is reporting that the water level of the Red River in Hanoi has been rising, warning residents to be ready to evacuate. Students at some schools across the capital have been told to stay home for the rest of the week, while thousands of residents living in low-lying areas have already been evacuated. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
SpaceX has launched a capsule carrying 4 private citizens into orbit on a 5-day mission set to make history by including the first spacewalk conducted by a non-government crew. The journey will also take the 4 private astronauts to the highest orbital altitude the humans have reached since the Apollo moon mission in 1972. Kate Fisher reports.
After several weather delays, the Polaris Dawn mission lifted off from Cape Canaveral in Florida on Tuesday morning. During the spacewalk, 2 of the astronauts are expected to exit the spacecraft on a tether, but all 4 will wear and test newly designed spacesuits, as the capsule doesn't have a pressurized airlock, so it will be exposed to vacuum conditions. Previously, only NASA astronauts have ventured into the vacuum of space to work on space stations in orbit, repair satellites, and conduct scientific experiments. Kate Fisher, Washington.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, just a fortnight after Brazil banned Elon Musk's social media platform X, formerly known as Twitter, a fresh plea for international leaders to confront the issue of misinformation in the public domain. It comes from former British Prime Minister Tony Blair, who says he fears that the amount of time young people especially spend on their phones and the spread of misinformation across irresponsibly managed social media platforms is now posing a major threat to Western democracies. He spoke to the UK-based podcast Full Disclosure with James O'Brien.
I certainly see a position where the world's going to have to come together and agree some rules around social media platforms. Quite what the answer is and what the right system of regulation is, I'm not sure, but I'm sure there should be, and there's got to be, because it's not just, how people can provoke, hostility and hatred, but I think the impact on young people particularly, when they got access to mobile phones very young and they're reading a whole lot of stuff and receiving a whole lot of stuff that I think is really messing with their minds in a big way. And as I say, I'm not sure what the answer to it is, but I'm sure we need to find one.
He also urged political leaders to grow thicker skins and not react to every insult thrown their way on social media. If you start scrolling through everything written about you, he said recently, it will do your head in. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. US Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump have met for a fiery debate ahead of the presidential election. Vietnam's capital, Hanoi, is on alert for floods after the government said the death toll in Vietnam from Typhoon Yagi has risen to more than 140. SpaceX has launched a capsule carrying 4 private citizens into orbit on a 5-day mission set to make history by including the first spacewalk conducted by a non-government crew. And that is the latest feature story news. Rebecca Bundin reporting.
Ultimate comfort on the road.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back as we kick off hour number 2. Underway, 11th day of September. Frank, I got your email there. Yeah, on the app, apparently it's showing September 4, but it is correct. It's September 11. I think that happens more often than not for whatever reason, but yeah, we are live this Wednesday morning. Hello to Seth, who says the debate doesn't matter. I wish people would just look at where they were when Trump was president versus where they are now. Look at the cost of fuel. Look at the cost of food. Look at the cost of everything. Look at the state of the world. What we did in Afghanistan. Look at Israel, Iran. We're literally on the verge of nuclear war with Russia because the weapons we're supplying to Ukraine. The whole world's in turmoil because of decisions made by these people. Yeah, Trump could have done better in the debate, but I really don't give a damn. Instead of looking at debates and polls, people need to look at the historical facts that are right in front of them. All right, New York Post headline. We'll see if we can get the full story. Thank you, Knucklebuster. Trump debate performance panned as well-prepped Harris gets help from ABC moderators. 3-on-1. That's kind of what Horse Feathers was saying. 3-on-1. Yeah, some are even questioning whether Kamala or her team may have had the questions prior to the debate. All right. Then from Blade Runner, I'll have to pull that story up. This whole discussion about the Haitian immigrants, Springfield, Ohio. We talked about that a bit last evening. I'm not sure where the police audio is, but it says from the Federalist, exclusive police audio. The report confirms the Haitians goose hunting in Ohio. Quote, they all had geese in their hands. All right, so eating the geese. I think Trump actually brought up the illegals eating people's dogs and cats. He mentioned that during the debate as well. I didn't catch that particular segment, but I see that was mentioned in some of the post-debate discussion. So, all right, let's see. Vic, I do believe. Morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen the comment there by James Carville right before the debate after Kamala spent a week in Pittsburgh preparing for this debate. But he said Trump is walking into a gigantic trap. And, back at the time when James Carville was advisor to President Clinton and Donald Trump were friends. So I'm sure that they pretty well knew what Trump was like. And, and we've seen the issues that are of importance to most of the people on the Republican side. So I don't know exactly what was going on, but I thought, well, I will watch this until I see the moderators, take a side. I think I watched a half an hour. And they jumped in there on one of the fact-checking. I think it was over the abortion, but I can't say for sure. And I thought, okay, that's it. So I just decided I'd look at something else. And the abortion issue that came up was that they said there's no place to where a baby can be born and then be killed. And I thought to myself, I don't believe Trump prepared. He took Kamala too lightly. But as I recall, in Illinois, Obama, as a state senator, they passed a law that said if they tried to do a partial birth abortion and the baby survived, they could still kill the baby. And I would have thought, since abortion and race, that's their two biggest issues. And I think Trump just took Kamala too lightly. With all of her body language and facial expression, I see why she finally agreed to having a muted microphone, because she was getting her message through with all those different gyrations she was doing. And we're talking about all the lying and everything she did. They were talking about how good of a prosecutor she was. And I'm thinking to myself, how many cases did she get appealed? Because she told so many falsehoods in there that I'm pretty sure that a good defense attorney could have appealed any case that she would have conducted in the same way. So, I mean, that was just my thought of it. And, of course, the other big thing to me was she said, we don't have any troops anywhere in the world in danger.
In a war zone.
Right. And it's like, so the Navy doesn't count over there in the Red Sea? I mean, I think the Houthis have been concentrating on a lot of the naval ships, or tried to.
Absolutely. They've been fired on probably hundreds of times by now, constantly. They're at the highest level of the. How did the naval commander put it? They're at the most activity since World War II as far as the Navy's concerned.
Right, and they're attacking our military bases in Iraq, which I've seen something where we're getting ready to totally pull out of Iraq. So my thoughts was, well, number one, if we do have troops in harm's way, and number two, we just cut and run. So, if you surrender all the time and run all the time, all your enemies have to do is say boo and you run. And that's the end of that, and we lose all of our alliances around the world. But my overall take on it was that James Carville was right. This was set up from the word go and the questions they were going to ask. And you were just mentioning about Springfield, Ohio, and the fact-checking on that. This debate started at 10 o'clock. So they called the city manager at 10:30 to get his opinion for a fact-check. Or had they called him before on a fact check? And why would they call him before on a fact check unless they knew this was going to come up in a debate?
Yeah.
So anyway, that was the main thing. And like I said, on the abortion thing, they keep trying to tell them it went back to the states, and I don't know if you had time to read that or not, but what they were talking about was an old law that was passed back in the 1800s called the Comstock Act, because if anything was mailed or sent through the mails or international or anything of that nature, you could be prosecuted under that. And what some people are trying to say, well, if they mail these abortion pills through the mail, then they can't. That would be in violation of the Comstock Act. And real quick, before I get off here, I happened to watch a thing there, and Pappy or anybody in law enforcement can probably address this better. But if a woman reports a rape, they automatically give her something to where she won't have an unexpected pregnancy. And if there's an incestuous relationship due to the high probability of birth defects, that's the same thing. So all this stuff that they're talking about, abortion on demand, that's totally different. And all Roe v. Wade said was, this is not a federal right. This is something that needs to be dealt with by the states. So
correct.
And that was.
And then Kamala tried to drop in, saying that Trump is going to sign a federal ban on abortions, and that was an outright lie.
Right. So RNC should have a boatload of lies to debunk over the time without a prejudiced news thing. And I would like to see, after the RNC rips apart all her lies, I would like to see Trump agree to debate, and this time prepare for it and listen to your advisors and go over everything that Kamala and Biden and that whole crew has actually stood for, and how much they've actually dragged the country down. And like when Trump started to talk about how this flood of immigrants was affecting the economy, again, the moderators jumped in there. Well, they do affect the economy. We've talked many times, when I say we, your people calling your show and stuff, how many times have we talked about foreign truck drivers being brought in here and reducing the wages for everybody else? So anyway, and since this is 9/11, there were 2 German Shepherds that were actually searched through the remains for humans, and I guess they found remains that could be identified, and they're also part of the 9/11 memorial there. So anyway, with that, I'll let you go.
Thank you much, Vic. Have a great morning. All right. So, yeah, the post-debate debate will continue. Blade Runner. The story he forwarded a moment ago, according to a police phone call obtained by the Federalist, a local resident reporting a group of Haitian migrants carrying 4 geese in Springfield, Ohio, 2 weeks ago. According to the audio recording of the call, I'm sitting here. I'm riding on the trail. I'm going to my orientation for my job today, and there's a group of Haitian people. There's about 4 of them. They all have geese in their hands, he's telling the dispatcher. August 26, that call was placed before the Columbus suburb, roughly 50 miles from the capital, became nationally known this week for epitomizing the migrant crisis. The caller told dispatch 4 migrants in total, 2 men, 2 women, every one of them carrying a goose. I was trying to get my phone out, and I was trying to make it to this orientation on time. I'm time crunching here, and I'm like, this has got to be reported. Speaking to the non-emergency police dispatcher, the dispatcher asked the caller, how many geese did they have? They each had 1, he said. Caller said he had spotted the Haitians carrying the geese at an intersection between Water and Warden Street, a location that does exist in Springfield, is confirmed in the police report later filed about the incident. Testimonies from neighbors within the formerly quiet blue-collar community went viral this week after Senator J.D. Vance, vice presidential candidate, highlighted in Congress that the town is trying to accommodate more than 20,000 illegals who have flooded the city and stretched public resources. Testimonies from residents at some of the city commission meetings record neighbors reporting shocking details of migrant behavior, from outright harassment to allegedly gruesome executions of local wildlife in public spaces. They're running into trash cans. They're running into buildings. They're flipping cars in the middle of the street. And I don't know how, y'all can be comfortable with this, said one resident, complaining to city officials here a few weeks ago. They're in the park grabbing up ducks by the neck, cutting their heads off to eat them. All right, Harris went on to claim the local welfare office is being overrun by the non-citizen new arrivals. That's Anthony Harris, not Kamala Harris, who was testifying before the committee. He said it's nothing but migrants over here. Another resident complaining at the public meeting that her neighborhood has become so unsafe following the surge that she wants to get out of town. All right, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy
economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, let's see what Big Ed has on his mind. Are you with me?
Oh, I'm with you, Steve. I'm with you. I'm still wound up from the debate. Can't even go to sleep if I want to. You know, let me ask you a stupid question. Because what I'm seeing is there about 20-some thousand Haitian refugees there in the Springfield area?
That's the number I'm seeing, about 20,000, yeah.
Okay, so I'm supposed to believe. Now, I'm just somebody out of pocket. I'm supposed to believe that these Haitians who practice voodoo, animal sacrifice, that they all of a sudden give up their religion? I'm supposed to believe that Kamala Harris said, oh, that was just extreme reporting? Yeah, I seen it on the NBC News when they was talking to, I guess, whoever the councilman was or the city manager, trying to brush it aside like it, no, that ain't happening. Baloney. I believe the citizens that are witnessing it. That's who I believe. I believe that they've witnessed it, they're seeing it, and they go to report it. And like all good city officials, they don't want people knowing that they got this kind of problem in their community for fear it will drive business away, business opportunities away. Or am I missing something here?
I think you make a valid point.
Are you telling me, do you believe? Go ahead.
I think you're onto it. I mean, because some of those, I've got to tune into some of the testimony at that commission meeting, and many of the residents, one after another, were saying, week after week, we're coming in here, and you guys aren't doing anything about what our concerns.
Yes, and so I believe, but for Kamala Harris to sit there and snicker when President Trump brought it up, oh, that's extreme. She is one arrogant.
Yeah.
I'm not going to cuss. I'm not going to cuss. She's smug. She don't have my interest at heart. She does not have this country's interest at heart, Steve. Here's who she has at heart. And I'm going to read this to you. All you got to do is ask yourself, is this nation in decline? Are your personal economics in decline? And I can testify to that, but I'm going to save that for a later date. And I think you know what I'm talking about. Is your affordable health care in decline? Is your neighbors from another nation, Middle East, China, Haiti, Venezuela, Mexico, Sudan, Palestine, has your governor asked your legislative body to fund affordable housing for people from other countries, i.e., quote, California, Gavin Newsom, that the Fed will be on the hook for if it comes into fruition?
Mm-hmm.
Has the same government offered you people, and I know there's people listening to me right now, that your credit won't allow you to go purchase a home, okay? Has this same government that you're wanting to support offered you $150,000 to go purchase a house for down payment on a house? Is your community, that's all you got to ask, is your community fighting drugs being sold in your neighborhood? Do you support a 45% capital gains tax on a house you worked hard your whole life to pay for? Even if you don't sell it, whomever you leave it to will be on the hook for the capital gains. Does the government pay for your phone? The Democrats want to go forward. Forward for who? If you agree with everything I'm sitting there saying, people, then run your ass out there and vote for Kamala Harris. Because that's who she cares about. She don't care about you, the American citizen. I mean, that's all she's pushing. You know, I wish and I thought President Trump handled itself pretty good tonight. I'm sorry, people, if you disagree with me. From what I've seen of him before, hey, I thought for what he went up against tonight, and he sacrificed himself. He didn't have to agree to that debate, the rules. But I thought he done good about keeping his composure. I didn't see where he was that interruptive when Kamala Harris was doing her spewing. I didn't see where he was attacking her. Now, I've seen that Kamala Harris attacking him, or I missed something, or I wasn't reading it right, but it looked like to me she was personally attacking him. And so she was doing everything that they wanted to say Trump was going to do. I thought Trump held his own, considering he was going up against, she was well coached, and I'm like a lot of people that you see on social media, I think she had the questions ahead of time. Because she was thinking too fast on her feet, Steve. She was spewing out them answers just too darn fast. There was no thinking about it. It's somebody that's had the program. Was she getting it through an earpiece? No, I don't think so. But I do think she's seen the questions ahead of time.
Okay, we got to pause there. I think you're right, Ed. But hey, we'll be right back.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bundan in Mumbai. US Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump have met for a fiery debate ahead of the presidential election, in which they both accused each other of lying. The nominees came face-to-face in the city of Philadelphia in the crucial state of Pennsylvania. They debated major policy issues, including the economy, abortion and immigration. Caroline Malone has more on some of the night's takeaways.
Kamala Harris took the opportunity to show the US who she is as a person and what she stands for with her policies on the debate stage, making the case that she is the new future of the presidency. She laid out economic plans and insisted she is not the same as Biden. Trump spoke of his plans to save the economy from what he called the disastrous Biden-Harris administration and their open borders that allow criminals to flow in. He also talked a little more bizarrely about Haitian immigrants eating cats and dogs, which moderators fact-checked. Harris's solid performance was topped off by an endorsement at the end of the debate from Taylor Swift, a singer who has millions of loyal followers, who signed off a letter to her fans as, quote, childless cat lady, referencing a criticism made by Trump's vice president candidate J.D. Vance.
Vietnam's capital, Hanoi, is on alert for floods after the government said the death toll in Vietnam from Typhoon Yagi has risen to more than 140. Authorities warned that floodwaters were causing the Red River to rise rapidly and threatening to inundate downtown districts of the capital, Hanoi. Laura Westbrook reports.
Asia's worst storm this year, Typhoon Yagi, brought with it heavy rain that triggered deadly landslides and floods in northern Vietnam. State media is reporting that the water level of the Red River in Hanoi has been rising, warning residents to be ready to evacuate. Students at some schools across the capital have been told to stay home for the rest of the week, while thousands of residents living in low-lying areas have already been evacuated. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
SpaceX has launched a capsule carrying 4 private citizens into orbit on a 5-day mission set to make history by including the first spacewalk conducted by a non-government crew. The journey will also take the 4 private astronauts to the highest orbital altitude the humans have reached since the Apollo moon mission in 1972. Kate Fisher reports.
After several weather delays, the Polaris Dawn mission lifted off from Cape Canaveral in Florida on Tuesday morning. During the spacewalk, 2 of the astronauts are expected to exit the spacecraft on a tether, but all 4 will wear and test newly designed spacesuits, as the capsule doesn't have a pressurized airlock, so it will be exposed to vacuum conditions. Previously, only NASA astronauts have ventured into the vacuum of space to work on space stations in orbit, repair satellites, and conduct scientific experiments. Kate Fisher, Washington.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Okay, back at it here. Before I get back to Big Ed, let me lay this on you, because this just came out from the Associated Press here literally a couple of hours ago. If there's any question about the surge of migrants in Springfield, Ohio, which is in the national spotlight, Ohio's Governor Mike DeWine announcing literally hours before the debate he will be sending additional law enforcement and millions of dollars in health care resources to the city of Springfield as they face the surge of, quote, temporary Haitian migrants. He said Tuesday he does not oppose the temporary protected status program, under which this report says 15,000 Haitians have arrived in the city, a city of about 59,000, in the last 4 years, but said the federal government has to do more to help these impacted communities. So unlike many of the illegals or undocumented individuals coming in from all over the world through the southern border, the Haitian immigrants, they do have what they call the temporary protected status program due to the ongoing violence in their country. As I said, this conference was held just hours before the presidential debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, where the divide over immigration policy was sure to be an issue. Earlier this week, Republican Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost also drew attention to the crisis when he directed his office to research legal avenues, including filing a lawsuit to stop the federal government from sending an unlimited number of migrants to these Ohio communities. Thousands of Haitian migrants have landed in the city as long-standing unrest in their home country has given way to violent gangs ruling the streets. Ohio has already provided additional resources to Springfield to help with education and training for drivers, to pay for more vaccines and health screenings in the schools, and enhance translation services, but he's taking additional actions. These dramatic surges impact every citizen of the community. Every citizen, he said. Noting additional influxes are occurring in Findlay and Lima, Ohio. Moms who have to wait hours in a waiting room with a sick child. Everyone who drives on the streets. It affects children who go to school in more crowded classrooms. Wednesday, the Ohio State Highway Patrol will be dispatched to help local law enforcement, that's today, folks, with traffic issues that officials say have cropped up due to an increase in Haitians unfamiliar with our traffic laws using the roads. He's earmarking $2.5 million to provide more primary health care throughout the county health department and private health care institutions. Now, keep in mind, the money coming from the state government is the money coming from the taxpayers in the state. Millions of dollars we're now sending to just this community. DeWine's family operates a charity in Haiti in honor of their late daughter, who died in a car accident. He said the Haitians who've moved to Ohio are generally hardworking people who love their families, seeking to escape the violence in their home country for good jobs in Ohio. So there's your numbers. They're here. They're there.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, Steve, and what you just read. Why can't, and it ain't just Ohio, it affects the nation as a whole.
Yes.
Because what's going on over there, it's happening here in my community. And I live in a community of maybe 2,500 people. Now, I want you to stay with me because I'm on the road. Okay, we got a hell of a Mexican population around here. All right? Now, some of them's come in, started their own businesses. But I can tell you, since they've come into this community, our drug use has skyrocketed. The what's that, meth?
Methamphetamine.
The Chinese
meth. Yeah.
Yes, big time bad in this area. The Chinese pot farms, and I don't know how many they busted because they weren't properly licensed because they were growing the pot to sell on the streets. Our drug enforcement agency in Oklahoma has busted several of them because that's what they was doing, growing the growing that marijuana to sell on our streets to our kids. And so, and the money that now that they've got to spend in Springfield, that's taken away from these other communities. That's money your state is having to focus on Springfield. Because naturally, DeWine, or your governor, you guys don't want that black eye, because once again, if you got a business wanting to come in the community, they dang sure ain't going to come in the community with that kind of garbage going on, or do you think they will? No, it's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And then number two, it affects your schools. It affects your kids. All you women out there, all the women out there, okay, you're all up in arms over Roe v. Wade. Taking away your right or your choice to have an abortion. Okay? Let me ask you this. Why would you want a government, a socialist government or a communist government, whatever government it is you're looking for, take away the kids that you have, your grandkids, their rights to grow up and live and prosper in a capitalist economy that's been good for all of us my whole life? I'm 66 years old. It's called get off your rear end, get out there and work, be productive. Go start your own business or go to work for some of these big corporations, but be productive. Why would you deny your future generation that opportunity? See, this election ain't about Big Ed. I'm 66 years old. I just went to the doctor today. I got a cancer on my arms. Okay? I feel lucky if I make it to 70. So I look at this election. It's not about me because I'm going to survive. Okay? One way or another, I am going to survive up until the time the good Lord says, that's it, lights out. At that point, I don't care. But I want my grandkids to grow up in a capitalist economic society that I grew up in. Because this socialist, communist society that the left is pushing, think about it, people. There's no future for your kids. They take away from success. Harold Hamm, Steve, you know who he is? You've heard of him.
I recognize the name.
About him.
Right.
He owns Continental Resources. I sat beside that man at a funeral, shoulder to shoulder. I've sat across from the table with that man several times, drinking coffee or eating dinner. I know him personally. This man has created thousands of jobs by investing his money. Now, he was publicly trading for a while, but now he backed his family owns all of Continental. They had saltwater trucks, drilling rigs, gas compressors. I don't know what all he got his hands tied into. He give back to his community. One man. Okay, President Trump, I was listening to him the other day. That, well, he doesn't invest in these corporations. No, he doesn't. He mainly his biggest thing is real estate. But he's friends with these people that has built these conglomerate companies like Continental Resources, a conglomerate. And he understands the basic principles of investment through the capitalist economy. He understands that more so than the other people. So that's what President Trump, I wish he would kind of tone it down enough to talk to the American women and say, look, this ain't about just you. We're talking about your kids. We're talking about your grandkids. What kind of country do you want them to grow up in? What kind of economy do you want them to live under? Do you want them to have do you want your grandkids, Steve, to have the choice? If Avery wants to go out here and start a trucking company, or do you want Avery to go start a company and all of a sudden these taxes, I quote, that Kamala Harris is wanting to slap on the people that make so much money, 28%. What are you doing? You're driving the business south where they can get it done cheaper and bring it back here and sell it, therefore blocking Avery from being able to achieve the capitalist dream of starting their own business and watching it grow. Am I making sense or am I wrong?
You're making perfect sense, Ed. Thank you very much.
I don't understand what people can't see it. And it just drives me crazy. But I'm telling you, if Trump don't win the election, I'm not going to go out here and shoot myself. But I'm like Trump, man. If Kamala Harris wins this election, like I say, I feel like I'll be lucky if I get 6 more years out of life. So it's not about me, and we're gonna lose our way of life. We're already losing it. And before this election, I will share something to your listening audience. And I think you know what I'm going to be talking about when I do it. But don't, ladies and gentlemen, don't let them fool you. They don't have your best interest at heart. You know, I've got a house down there in Edmond, and I told my son, and the house is still in my name, okay? And I gifted it to them for me and their mother. if Kamala Harris gets elected, I told my son we're going to sell the house because I'm going to get busted for a capital gains tax because they're paying for the house, okay? And it's a long story, but I gifted it to them so they can get ahead in life more so than, what I'm happy where I'm at. But understand, I told him, I said, you're going to have to sell it because I can't pay the capital gains tax on something that I don't have that I tried to help you guys with. So, and that's what they're going to do. You buy a house, let's say you got $60,000 equity in it. Well, guess what they're going to tax? They're going to tax your $60,000. That's their plan. Understand what's going on. Yeah. So, Steve, that's all I got.
All those sort of things are the things that, for whatever reason, don't get a chance to be explained in these debates when you have like 1 minute to respond or 2 minutes to respond. And the people just, what the people heard, those that tuned in, the millions, whatever the numbers were, they got all those talking points. And Kamala, yes, did a good job of saying all those things that people want to hear. Yeah. It's 844-844-3388. Hello to Debbie this morning. It was a nice day here in Indiana. Got up to 84. Going to be a cool night, 52. Supposed to warm up to about 90 for our Wednesday. Hope everybody stays safe out there, especially my special driver, the Woodpecker. Have a wonderful Wednesday and a happy hump day.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
Now let me pass a little more info on to you with Hurricane Francine bearing down. Louisiana has enacted an emergency order that in part waives toll payments as well as size and weight restrictions for commercial motor vehicles. As the storm continues to strengthen, there is the potential for storm surge, damaging winds, and flooding in all of Louisiana's coastal parishes, especially those parishes east of where the system makes landfall, according to the declaration. Of course, the hurricane warnings are in place. New Orleans would be in the tropical storm watch zone. But for National Hurricane Center expects Francine later today to make landfall as a 1, maybe Category 2 hurricane. Effective until amended, modified, or rescinded, the Louisiana Emergency suspends the collection of toll payments at facilities operated and controlled by the Louisiana DOT. More specifically, that applies to the Louisiana Highway 1 toll bridge from Leeville to Port Fourchon and Grand Isle. Standard size and weight restrictions for commercial vehicles traveling on public highways for the purpose of emergency preparedness and/or disaster relief efforts are waived under this declaration. Total gross weight cannot exceed 88,000 pounds. Weight limits for bridges and similar structures must still be obeyed. Now, the relief does not apply to travel on interstate highways or non-state maintained highways, or to the transport of commodities not in support of rescue, recovery, or repair efforts associated with Hurricane Francine. Good morning, always moving.
Good morning. It's a beautiful morning out here. The sky is clear. The stars are out. It's very, very pretty. And it's not too chilly tonight. It's a little warmer than it has been the last couple of nights, so that's nice. I can sit out here and talk to you. And by the way, it's so lovely to hear Big Ed. Hi, Big Ed. Nice to hear him again. So my brain's just spinning. It's not going to explode. I'm happy to say that. But it is spinning because I have so many thoughts in trying to put it all together here. Big Ed made some beautiful points, very, very well said. I did watch the debate tonight, and I took a lot of notes. I wrote down the question and all, and the biggest thing that I got out of it was that it reconfirms for me why I don't watch the news, because it's so one-sided. The questions were so one-sided, and you know, the topics that want to make her look good and then needling on President Trump. So I thought that was very obvious, and it's like, yep, there's a reason I don't watch any of this stuff. I will say, you know, over 20-some years ago when I was doing what I could to put food on the table. I mean, I'm still doing that. But anyway, I worked at a local airport, sorting freight and loading trucks and stuff. And there were several busloads of immigrants from Africa that was when they were doing a lot of airlifting of Africans from refugee camps, and they were bringing them to Columbus. And then they would bus them down to my town, and they would put them up working in the airport where I worked, where thousands of us worked. There were 44 counties from Ohio represented working at that airport, and I'm a big enough person to say, you know, you're going to come with what you know, but I will tell you firsthand the complaints from the people born and raised in the U.S. of the immigrants that wash their feet in the toilets on a regular basis, that people were complaining if you went into a break room to eat, the smells, what they ate, how they ate. I mean, it was very, 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 very different. It was the first time I had ever been exposed to worldly different cultures. Mm-hmm. And it was a real shock to the system. And at the time, and this was over 20-some years ago, I said, well, I guess there's no stray putty cats or puppy dogs left in Columbus, because you could tell by what they were eating, it was not anything that was purchased at a grocery store. I mean, it was just that obvious just to see. And where I work now in Columbus, and I work with a whole variety of diverse people from all over the world. And I had one last week, could not speak any English, could not understand what I was telling her. It was incredibly frustrating to be doing that. And I will tell you that it's difficult. It's very, very difficult. And as far as the people in Springfield, the Haitians that are there, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden said that because Haiti was in the Western Hemisphere, they are our neighbors, that they signed the temporary status for them to come, but 50,000 and 100,000. That's on them for bringing them here because the president was just assassinated, because of all the problems that they've had with earthquakes and such, and that's why they brought them here. And I grew up around Springfield. Been for a couple of weeks ago, I pedaled my bike up to Springfield, and it's the best way I can say it is, I live on people have pets at their homes, okay?
Yeah, I hate to pause there, but I got to hit the clock. Well, hold the thought there.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight
From
Drive.
Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bundan in Mumbai. US Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump have met for a fiery debate ahead of the presidential election, in which they both accused each other of lying. The nominees came face-to-face in the city of Philadelphia in the crucial state of Pennsylvania. They debated major policy issues, including the economy, abortion and immigration. Caroline Malone has more on some of the night's takeaways.
Kamala Harris took the opportunity to show the US who she is as a person and what she stands for with her policies on the debate stage, making the case that she is the new future of the presidency. She laid out economic plans and insisted she is not the same as Biden. Trump spoke of his plans to save the economy from what he called the disastrous Biden-Harris administration and their open borders that allow criminals to flow in. He also talked a little more bizarrely about Haitian immigrants eating cats and dogs, which moderators fact-checked. Harris's solid performance was topped off by an endorsement at the end of the debate from Taylor Swift, a singer who has millions of loyal followers, who signed off a letter to her fans as, quote, childless cat lady, referencing a criticism made by Trump's vice president candidate J.D. Vance.
Vietnam's capital, Hanoi, is on alert for floods after the government said the death toll in Vietnam from Typhoon Yagi has risen to more than 140. Authorities warned that floodwaters were causing the Red River to rise rapidly and threatening to inundate downtown districts of the capital, Hanoi. Laura Westbrook reports.
Asia's worst storm this year, Typhoon Yegi, brought with it heavy rain that triggered deadly landslides and floods in northern Vietnam. State media is reporting that the water level of the Red River in Hanoi has been rising, warning residents to be ready to evacuate. Students at some schools across the capital have been told to stay home for the rest of the week, while thousands of residents living in low-lying areas have already been evacuated. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
SpaceX has launched a capsule carrying 4 private citizens into orbit on a 5-day mission set to make history by including the first spacewalk conducted by a non-government crew. The journey will also take the 4 private astronauts to the highest orbital altitude the humans have reached since the Apollo moon mission in 1972. Kate Fisher reports.
After several weather delays, the Polaris Dawn mission lifted off from Cape Canaveral in Florida on Tuesday morning. During the spacewalk, 2 of the astronauts are expected to exit the spacecraft on a tether, but all 4 will wear and test newly designed spacesuits, as the capsule doesn't have a pressurized airlock, so it will be exposed to vacuum conditions. Previously, only NASA astronauts have ventured into the vacuum of space to work on space stations in orbit, repair satellites, and conduct scientific experiments. Kate Fisher, Washington.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, just a fortnight after Brazil banned Elon Musk's social media platform X, formerly known as Twitter, a fresh plea for international leaders to confront the issue of misinformation in the public domain. It comes from former British Prime Minister Tony Blair, who says he fears that the amount of time young people especially spend on their phones and the spread of misinformation across irresponsibly managed social media platforms is now posing a major threat to Western democracies. He spoke to the UK-based podcast Full Disclosure with James O'Brien.
I certainly see a position where the world's going to have to come together and agree some rules around social media platforms. Quite what the answer is and what the right system of regulation is, I'm not sure, but I'm sure there should be, and there's got to be, because it's not just, how people can provoke, hostility and hatred, but I think the impact on young people particularly, when they got access to mobile phones very young and they're reading a whole lot of stuff and receiving a whole lot of stuff that I think is really messing with their minds in a big way. And as I say, I'm not sure what the answer to it is, but I'm sure we need to find one.
He also urged political leaders to grow thicker skins and not react to every insult thrown their way on social media. If you start scrolling through everything written about you, he said recently, it will do your head in. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. US Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump have met for a fiery debate ahead of the presidential election. Vietnam's capital, Hanoi, is on alert for floods after the government said the death toll in Vietnam from Typhoon Yagi has risen to more than 140. SpaceX has launched a capsule carrying 4 private citizens into orbit on a 5-day mission set to make history by including the first spacewalk conducted by a non-government crew.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Great to have you along for the ride. Hump Day, midweek, 11th day of September. It's a day we all remember. We right, back to Always Moving. I'm sorry we had to take care of the break there. You were talking about your community.
Yeah, thank you so much. And just as a little side note here, I've listened to 2 news briefs, and just to prove how the media is so biased in both, they said immediately after the debate, Taylor Swift endorses Harris, and she has millions of followers.
Yep.
And that's trying to get the message out at every news break. It's going to be everywhere as a, quote, dog whistle that this is who if you follow her, then you should vote for Harris. Now, if you want to talk about election interference, there you go. That's a really good example, but it's also the media bias, because that has who she wants for president has nothing to do with the news, other than if you're trying to spread her selection to push the word out. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
So anyway,
248 million followers. Taylor Swift, 248 million followers. So with her endorsement, all the younger generation needs to vote for Kamala.
Yep. And that's a perfect example of the media bias by even mentioning it on a news broadcast talking about Hanoi. Oh, and by the way, Taylor Swift endorses Harris, blah, blah, blah. But this is what drives me nuts. In our community, with any home, you have so many pets, and I take in strays. I take in a lot of strays, but there's only so many strays I can afford. And when people have children, there's only so many children that they can afford, and that's why they limit how many children they have. If you are a Somalian, it is not unusual to have 11 and 13 children. If you are of Spanish descent, Mexican descent, it is not unusual to have lots of numbers. What have the numbers in the United States been? They've been declining. This is part of what J.D. Vance is talking about, where you have one side that is celebrating with an abortion ban and not making it for the children, and everybody, your career is more important than having a family and promoting family. And that's what part of what he is talking about. Well, when you force all of these people into our area, you're telling me I need to feed more. I have to take in more strays. I can't take in any more strays. And I tell you, I can't go to the animal shelter because I want to adopt them all. If you turned me loose, I would adopt them all because I have a giant heart and I care about that. And at the hospital, it's hard to describe how many children I have wanted to just put in my pocket and take home simply because you know what they're going home to, and it's not a pretty sight. But I can't take them all in. You just can't. And so forcing me to pay for that is cruel to me. You can't take them all in. You just can't. And the whole world, there is a reason that people migrated to different areas because they didn't get along. The Indians all across North America, they had their own separate tribes because they have different beliefs. They have different things. They do things different ways. And all across the world, the Germans are one way. Iran is another. If you go to visit somebody over in an Arab country, you have to wear a thing on your head. There's a reason why people live in the areas where they do, because that's their world. That's what they believe in. That's what they want. And when you try and stuff everybody into one box, that box is going to explode. And that's what's happening. And, by saying, welcome to our shores, blah, 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 and all that. Well, legally, at a slow rate, at a trickle, where you can come in and we can get you to talk, learn the language and blah, blah, blah. And you should assimilate to the area you go to. If I had to go to an Arab country, I would have to do and dress and do the things that they do in their country.
Yep.
But we don't make them do that here. It's like, no, you just bring your culture and come on in. Well, that's good to a point. And I appreciate different cultures and what they do and blah, blah, blah. But we don't mutilate women, young girls here, like they do in African countries where they cut off their genitalia. I mean, it's, everybody has something different. Anyway, see, I get a little excited about this because it's so frustrating for me. It's not going to work to put everybody into the same box and expect everybody else who's already been here to pay for it. Nobody has given me, money to go buy a house or to whatever. People helped me, and I'm gonna be real honest. People helped me when the airport left, and I spoke up about the situation. Blah blah blah. A lot of money was funneled into the area, and I was very graciously received a lot of help. And I appreciate it more than I can ever explain to anybody. It's why I still have my farm today. That's why I'm still here at my home. And so people will help. They have big hearts. But you can't expect to save everybody.
Oh.
You just can't. And I wish I could, but I can't save the world. And it's cruel to expect me or Big Ed or you or any other trucker to have to give more to save other people. I mean, you can't. And for everybody to come here and say, well, I'm seeking asylum. No, you're not. You're coming here to take the opportunities that we have in our wonderful country. That's not about seeking asylum. That's about I want a different. Well, then go back and make the changes in your own country. Work on it at your own home. That's my firm belief. And even when I was a late teen, early 20s, when I started learning more about the world and this and that, I remember saying to myself, and I told a lot of people, well, if it's so bad in that country where you're coming from, why would you want it in our country? You're bringing that same mindset into our country. And at the time, I was talking about Mexico. Well, if the drug cartels are so bad, if the policies are so bad that they can't live in that country, why would you want those people in our country? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. And I've met a lot of wonderful people from all over the world. I look at people as good people, and I look at people as bad people. And I don't care what race or whatever you come from, there are good people and bad people. Your color has no bearing on it, good and bad. But you can't stuff them all in one box and expect it to work.
Absolutely.
And
for many, when you use, we'll use Springfield as an example. For decades, this illegals crossing into the country is not a new thing. It's been exponentially increased, though, during this administration. Factually, we know it is a fact. Whether it's 9 million, 12 million, the numbers are guesstimates. But it was always, for the most part, most of the people in the country, if it's not affecting me, I don't see it. It was a border issue. It's the border communities. It's your problem, Texas. It's your problem, Arizona. It's now your problem, small town USA. We're getting a firsthand example. As I said, millions of Ohio taxpayer dollars are now going to be going in to try to accommodate the tens of thousands that are pouring into this state and every state in the union. It is 844-844-3388.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at ooida.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, right back to the calls here. See what's going on with Pappy. Good morning.
We turned down the Pink Floyd here, Steve. What's happening, man? Oh, listen, always moving. Usually always right. Can't stuff everybody in a box, Steve, and expect it to work. And it's exactly what they're doing. I mean, you look at any big city, major city, New York City, San Francisco, all got their own little neighborhoods, right? Their own whatever ethnic background. You got Harlem, you got Chinatown, Italians. Everybody wants to clean together. It's just the way it is, man. So it's being done, Steve, and they want it to be done. We've talked about it many, many times. Why aren't they stopping it? Because they don't want to. They want this country to fall. Man, Steve, I don't want to say, I don't know if disappointed is the right word, but here's what I think. I don't think Trump prepared well enough for this debate. I think he thought it was going to be a walk in the park. And he's going to walk over her just like Joe Biden, and obviously she did her homework. I just think he underprepared for it. Couple points I'd like to kind of make is, man, I guess disappointed is the word. He had several moments there when she kind of attacked him that he could have put her in her place, and he just didn't do it. I mean, didn't he watch the DNC, man? Let me think of a couple examples here. When she was talking about women's reproductive rights, right? She didn't think government should be involved, right, in their rights. Man, he should have came back and been like, Well, you want government involved in every other aspect of our lives. He called her a Marxist at one point. He didn't follow up on it. They want government to give out loans, school loans, Medicare, houses. I think he kind of dropped the ball there. And when she brought up that, what was it, Charleston deal again?
Yes.
He should have saw this coming. What he should have done, Steve, is he should have called her out, and he should have looked at the moderators and said, listen, you're fact-checking me on stage. Why don't you fact-check her? You know that's false. Call her out on it. And he should have said exactly what he said in that speech when he said, well, there's a sentence got left out. Well, tell him. Put it out on the air what the heck he really said. And thrown it at the moderators. Because he looked at the one guy and said, you know that's false. I don't know. I think he did a good job. He got several good points across. But when she was attacking him a little bit, I think he could have handled it a little better. I think he just underprepared a little bit. It is what it is. When she talked about, I'm getting endorsed by ex-Vice President Cheney, his daughter, and the Bushes, man, that was a missed opportunity for him to say, yeah,
that was a good thing.
You're all rhinos.
Exactly. Yes.
All your people that support the industrial military complex, talk about getting rich with all these wars going on. So anyway, I think we're in for a fight, Steve. I don't know. Hopefully we'll do another debate. I wonder if that was maybe some kind of plan in the back of his head. Let's suck her into another debate come in October. Maybe she'll accept it, and that's when he'll drop the hammer on her.
I don't know if you would have thought that far ahead. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I'm just kind of hoping, Steve. Don't shoot down my.
I think your first line of thinking that you just kind of thought it was going to be a cakewalk, and Kamala. Yeah. I mean, she can't typically put together a coherent sentence. It's always her word salad. It's just so she had memorized scripted answers. Either that, or there's rumors of an earpiece. I don't know. You're going to see that coming up. I'm seeing photos of supposedly the earrings she had on. Yeah, they've got an advertisement for these wireless earrings, earpieces that look like an earring. I don't know. We're going to see that. So.
Yeah, I mean, technology today, Steve, they can do anything, but, I mean, they take a real good chance on getting busted, though. I mean, they wouldn't admit it anyway. But, man, I don't know. We can't just take all this for granted. I think we're going to be in for a pretty good showdown here. And this should be just a good reminder to get everybody out and vote early. I don't care what you got to do. We can't take the chance on voting on election day, getting rained on. I don't know, maybe even getting snowed on, or who knows. Another hurricane come through up here even. Anyway. Hey, did you see the International Space Station fly over tonight about 10 till
I missed that this evening.
9?
I've seen it a couple times in the early morning hours last week. And I swear to you, Pappy, every time I see it, I don't know if you stick around long enough to, there is another dimmer object that is in direct line following the space station. I don't know what it is. I can't find anything online. But every time I see it, there's something exactly in its path following the damn thing. I kind of wonder if it's not maybe that top secret X-37B craft that we've got up there. We never know what's going on with it.
Yeah, I don't know how high that thing can go. I hate Steve. You just who knows, man. And SpaceX, I stayed tuned that in right after the show. Went to NASA Live on ScrewTube and tuned into that. It was a good liftoff. Everything went A-OK.
And supposedly, if we had known that was visible from here, I see WLWT had some video where it was visible from Cincinnati. But I've got too many trees around it.
Steve, I was half tempted to go out there and take a gander, but I was already kind of chilling in bed when it happened. I was half tempted, but I was like, I ain't gonna go see it. But then again, you can see that thing on International Space Station from my house when it's going over Florida.
Yep.
You know, it's in the Atlantic Ocean, and you can still get a glimpse of it here. So, yeah, man, when things get up in the air. Do you see that? I know you're getting close to the break. Do you see that video from the space station where that meteor came down and exploded in the atmosphere?
I have not caught that yet. I knew about the meteor and the big like 60 tons of TNT or something.
Yeah, and the National Space Station caught it on camera. It's pretty cool.
Okay.
Especially when they slowed it down. All right, my man. Everybody hammer down. Stock up on food. Be safe. Thanks, Steve, for taking the call. Appreciate it.
Good to hear from you. Pappy, we'll get news break coming up here. We do have the latest on the shooter in Kentucky. Again, with each passing day, I think more and more that the dude may not be alive, but there was reports this past day about some of the neighbors of this wanted suspect had threatened them with his rifle and threatened to kill him. And then this is going back some time to earlier in the year, like back in February. He was actually arrested at his home in February of this year, which kind of begs the question as to, I don't know, would he have been on that list? Shouldn't have been able to buy another AR when he did the day before or the day of the shooting?
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bundon in Mumbai. US Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump have met for a fiery debate ahead of the presidential election, in which they both accused each other of lying. The nominees came face-to-face in the city of Philadelphia in the crucial state of Pennsylvania. They debated major policy issues, including the economy, abortion and immigration. Caroline Malone has more on some of the night's takeaways.
Kamala Harris took the opportunity to show the US who she is as a person and what she stands for with her policies on the debate stage, making the case that she is the new future of the presidency. She laid out economic plans and insisted she is not the same as Biden. Trump spoke of his plans to save the economy from what he called the disastrous Biden-Harris administration and their open borders that allow criminals to flow in. He also talked a little more bizarrely about Haitian immigrants eating cats and dogs, which moderators fact-checked. Harris's solid performance was topped off by an endorsement at the end of the debate from Taylor Swift, a singer who has millions of loyal followers, who signed off a letter to her fans as, quote, childless cat lady, referencing a criticism made by Trump's vice president candidate J.D. Vance.
Vietnam's capital, Hanoi, is on alert for floods after the government said the death toll in Vietnam from Typhoon Yagi has risen to more than 140. Authorities warned that floodwaters were causing the Red River to rise rapidly and threatening to inundate downtown districts of the capital, Hanoi. Laura Westbrook reports.
Asia's worst storm this year, Typhoon Yagi, brought with it heavy rain that triggered deadly landslides and floods in northern Vietnam. State media is reporting that the water level of the Red River in Hanoi has been rising, warning residents to be ready to evacuate. Students at some schools across the capital have been told to stay home for the rest of the week, while thousands of residents living in low-lying areas have already been evacuated. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
SpaceX has launched a capsule carrying 4 private citizens into orbit on a 5-day mission set to make history by including the first spacewalk conducted by a non-government crew. The journey will also take the 4 private astronauts to the highest orbital altitude the humans have reached since the Apollo moon mission in 1972. Kate Fisher reports.
After several weather delays, the Polaris Dawn mission lifted off from Cape Canaveral in Florida on Tuesday morning. During the spacewalk, 2 of the astronauts are expected to exit the spacecraft on a tether, but all 4 will wear and test newly designed spacesuits, as the capsule doesn't have a pressurized airlock, so it will be exposed to vacuum conditions. Previously, only NASA astronauts have ventured into the vacuum of space to work on space stations in orbit, repair satellites, and conduct scientific experiments. Kate Fisher, Washington.
From bureaus worldwide.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Got the 2-time world champion bull hauler coming up. Bill, I believe, joins us next here. Good morning, Bill.
Good morning. I just wanted to remind the listeners here that Camellia was in fine fashion tonight, and she was certainly in that chameleon mode. So just keep that in mind. She says, acts, does, claims, whatever works in her favor. And then we'd be stuck with reality for at least 4 years.
And maybe longer.
That's really all I got to add to that conversation.
Well,
yeah. Well, hopefully the good Lord will intervene.
We could only hope. Well, Bill, I appreciate you chiming in this morning. Thank you very much. Well, let's jump down to it. The 2-time world champion bull hauler, Lauren Weiss. Good morning.
Morning, Steve. How are you?
Oh, we're doing well.
Hey, I wanted to say a couple things before I comment on the debate there. You made a comment a few minutes ago about people not being concerned with some of this stuff, you know, and I learned a long time ago to just look forward at what's in front of me and manage my own life and not let the narrative of the news and the world and everything else around me dictate how I'm supposed to feel or act, you know, and I like to ask people when it comes to things like this, how do things like this affect you directly today and right now at this point in time? And when you do that, a lot of times they can't have an answer for it. And we have to be really careful because the media, especially nowadays, is out here trying to just enrage everybody to get them to turn against one another. And I got a lot of that. I commented on the fan page during the debate that I just thought Donald Trump was absolutely getting owned, and I absolutely don't know what relevance anything about people eating animals in Springfield, Ohio had to do with anything. And I figured out about a year ago that Big Ed said a couple weeks ago that he's an angry man, and I agree with that. And he's thin-skinned, and the Democrats know how to get him to walk into a trap. And that's what Kamala Harris did tonight. And there for quite a while, they had him on the ropes. He just looked like an absolute fool. And he's going to keep running his mouth, and I wish he'd quit calling names in that, because what's going to happen is he's going to turn off enough people, and the Democrats know this, he's going to turn off enough people that then they're going to win the election. They're going to keep on with their agenda. And so I don't know what we need to do to get him to kind of change his rhetoric or not, but, he said some things tonight that were just completely didn't even relate to the debate. And then Pappy said the same thing. He had some chances to attack her right there, and I think she had just honed in on him so well that he didn't know what to do. So I hope if there's a second debate that he's able to come out on top of her, because in my opinion, he didn't look very good tonight. Mm-hmm. And if people don't like hearing that, that's tough, because he absolutely got owned. I mean, she was on, and she was charismatic. And if you do, I always read a lot of stuff. And one of the things that they'll show you is, and this didn't happen with Joe Biden necessarily, but when you had Bill Clinton running and George Bush running and Barack Obama running, always a younger, better-looking candidate is always more appealing to the public, okay? And Kamala Harris is going to be appealing to the public because she's developing and changing and molding her personality to be what people are pleased with, whether her policies are good or not. I mean, and just like Bill said just a minute ago, we got to be careful, because people get conned into this, and then when she gets in office, and if she does, we better hope we get one of the House chambers to be Republican, because if it's all Democrat, then it could be over with. I don't know. But and I wanted to make one last comment. You had said that there's 245 million Taylor Swift followers, and if that's right, when I looked up the U.S. population, that's 75% of the U.S. population is followers of Taylor Swift.
Well,
so,
that's a global scale. On a global scale, she's got, because
on a global scale.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Right.
I was going to say, but when you said that, that's kind of spooky, man. If that many people are following her here in the U.S.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, that's what I was just saying. I was just really disappointed, and I don't understand why he has to call people names, because he's run a lot of people off. I mean, his kids don't want to be involved in this election. His daughter definitely doesn't want to be involved in it a second time around, and he doesn't have any of his own. I mean, she wasn't lying when she said half the people that were on his staff got turned off and left, and it's his personality. So, and part of that personality is what we like, because he takes a lot of crap that a lot of us couldn't, and I get that, but he just needs to learn to just let a lot of that stuff go, because if he can let a lot of that stuff go and walk above it and not make the comments like he did tonight, or not call names or nothing, he'd win 45 states and win in a landslide. But I don't see it happening after tonight. I hope he can change it. I'm going to vote for the man, but I don't know that he can win the election. So that's all I got to say, Steve.
Very good. Thank you very much. Yeah, and actually it's 283 million. Yeah, I pulled it up here. Taylor Swift endorsing Kamala after Tuesday night's presidential debate in a post to her 283 million Instagram followers that featured a photo with her cat. The pop superstar said the debate convinced her to weigh in publicly. Sometimes that can be a good thing, sometimes not necessarily so. But, all right, neighbors of the Kentucky man who shot 5 on Interstate 75 over the weekend, total of 12 vehicles, now the subject of a multi-agency manhunt. 32-year-old Joseph Couch had previously pointed his rifle at them. He acted erratically and even appeared to walk in circles while holding a rifle on his property where he lived. He was arrested at his home in Gray, Kentucky back in February on a charge of terroristic threatening, 3rd degree, according to a uniform citation by Kentucky State Police obtained by CBS News. The home located about 20 miles south of exit 49 on 75 where the shooting took place. The citation was filed after a neighbor called police. Said that Couch had thrown a rock at the family dog, and when he confronted Couch about it, he pointed a loaded AR rifle at him and his 9-year-old child. He went inside, grabbed his AR, pointed at mine and my daughter's direction, and said, "Next time he'll shoot me and my daughter." So I naturally went in and filed charges on him. The neighbor did not want to be identified by name. Those charges, though, were eventually dropped after he failed to show up to court hearing. The neighbor says they dismissed it because they never notified me that there was a court date, adding that he believes authorities should have taken Couch's weapons away. He threatened more than one person with the firearm in this neighborhood. Following the incident, he said 3 family dogs were found dead on his property, 2 of which had been poisoned. Another neighbor, 61-year-old Donald Causey, said he had a good relationship with Couch until earlier this year when his demeanor appeared to change. He said things escalated last week when Couch allegedly pulled a rifle on Causey for walking near his property. He went back in his house, he came back out and pointed his rifle and said, "I'll just kill you." He said he did not contact police since the two had gotten along in the past, but he now regrets not doing so, given the I-75 shooting. This spring, we got along great. I let him borrow my lawnmower a couple of times. But something appeared to change, and Couch appeared to be struggling with his mental health. If you talked to him 15 seconds, you could tell. At one point during their recent encounter, Causey said he went home to de-escalate things, but Couch came back out with his rifle. He put it up on his shoulder like he was marching, and he went around his house like 50 times. He just started marching. He never spoke, never said anything to us. According to the arrest warrant obtained by CBS, as we found out earlier this week, just minutes prior to the shooting Saturday, sending the text message saying, "I'm going to kill a lot of people. Well, try at least." And then a follow-up message saying, "I'll kill myself afterwards." And the affidavit said the woman who received that message called a dispatcher to report that. But it's thousands of acres of wilderness, sinkholes, and the possibility of a gunman around every corner. Those are some of the difficulties facing law enforcement trying to search for this guy. He used the AR on the side of the interstate. Police say it's kind of like a jungle here. The forest, home to cliffs, sinkholes, caves, culverts, creeks, rivers, all of which complicate the hunt. Drones, helicopters, search dogs, crews from federal, state, and local agencies are all participating in the manhunt in this remote stretch of the Daniel Boone National Forest. The now over 72-hour search is focused on the densely wooded area near where responders found his semi-automatic rifle, ammunition, car, and a phone thought to be his. Our main focus is to remain in these woods until we find him. And some people say, well, what if he's not alive anymore? Well, we're going to stay in the woods until we find him. That's our job, he said. If he's dead or alive, it's our job to try and find him. Officers have even been forced to use machetes to cut through the dense brush. He couldn't have picked an area that's more remote and difficult for us to try to locate him, according to the Laurel County Sheriff. This exit along 75, probably the most remote throughout Kentucky. It's wooded, heavily wooded, hills, rocks. The Daniel Boone National Forest, 708,000 acres of federally owned land, some of the most rugged terrain west of the Appalachians. According to the U.S. Forest Service, the forest features steep forested slopes, sandstone cliffs, narrow ravines. The search for clues also took them to the home where Couch lived. The Laurel County Sheriff said he declined to say what kind of evidence was collected there. He said there have been tips that have led authorities to investigate locations outside the forest, but none of those has led to anything at this point. He said there are tips that are still under investigation. We're fighting against the clock, though. According to one wilderness education expert, director of Nature Reliance School, said that in this part of the state, Couch could also encounter black bears, venomous snakes, and as they work, search personnel are fighting the clock as well. Although some officers camp out overnight, authorities have mostly shut down their search efforts after sunset, citing increased danger facing the officers. We really have to suspend it at dark due to the danger element of our guys being out there, maybe walking right up on these individuals. Officers will stay in strategic positions to observe overnight. At nighttime, our helicopters can fly. They are looking for heat sources. More helicopters have joined the search, he said. He said it's not a matter of if Couch will be found, but when. Okay. And I was thinking along the lines, if they're using the likes of infrared or heat-seeking technology, if he were alive, they'd be able to spot him. But if he's deceased, the body's cold. They're not going to spot that, right? Let's see what Eagle has going on this Wednesday morning. Hello, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah. A lot of people calling in tonight. And, I'm going to say this, Steve, what that Lauren Weed said a few minutes ago. I'm going to say this right quick, Steve. I've been telling you for the last 3 years about Donald Trump. And Donald Trump, he did exactly what I told him not to do over the last couple of weeks and what I told you last night. I told you when it comes to the abortion issue, Steve, you can't win when you're going against a woman. And Cameron, he fell right into her trap. Before I talk about the abortion issue, I want to talk about ABC. Because, see, I'm not a nice guy, Steve. I never called you and told you I was a nice person. First of all, I told you months ago when Donald Trump signed on to do a contract debate with ABC, it doesn't do any good to complain now, Steve. Donald Trump knew that he was walking into a snake pit when they announced he was going to ABC. So for him and his people to complain that it was 3-on-1 is ridiculous. We know it was 3-on-1. He knew that when he signed the contract with ABC. Did he really think those people were going to give him a fair deal tonight? We knew it wasn't going to happen. He cost his own self, and he might even cost himself the election about what I'm about to say about abortion, Steve. Now, here's how it goes. I understand now, because Kamala, I don't know if it's true or not, they claim it's breaking news. Kamala Harris is walking around with her chest stuck out like a rooster at a cockfight because she figures she won the debate tonight, and she's saying she want another debate. Well, hell yes, she want another debate, especially if it's on ABC TV. I told you this a couple of weeks ago, Steve. They already had that chance on CNN. This debate tonight should have been on a neutral site in the favor of Donald Trump. That Donald Trump screwed himself, and he has nobody to blame but himself and his people. And if there is another debate, it should be on Donald Trump's terms, and it should be at a Donald Trump location with a neutral site where he has a damn chance with the moderators. If he signs back on with ABC, CNN, MSNBC, anybody else, he's only screwing himself, and he's also screwing the American people in the process because he won't get back in the White House because they're going to make him look like a damn fool just like they did tonight. And because, see, Steve, like I told you last night, nobody has any evidence. I told you about Springfield, Ohio, last night about these Haitian people and these people eating cats. That didn't look good tonight, Steve. It's okay to say we know they got 20,000 people, but there is no evidence of people eating cats and dogs. Right. I told you that. I said I was hoping it wasn't true. Donald Trump shouldn't have mentioned that tonight. He all he had to say that there was 20,000 Haitians in Springfield and let it go at that until he has video or some kind of proof of what these individuals are doing. That didn't come off good at all. That made Donald Trump look real bad. Now let's go back to the abortion issue. I told you this. I don't argue with a woman about abortion because Kamala, she's going to have the upper hand because all she's saying is that it's a woman's body and a woman has the choice. And a man, you could tell a woman to have an abortion all she wants. You could even give her the money to have an abortion, and she's still going to do what she want to do because the baby is inside of her body. There is no way you can force a woman to have an abortion, whether she was raped, incest, or any other way that a woman gets pregnant. Donald Trump is not going to lose that game, and he lost that game tonight to Kamala Harris because she made him look like a man trying to take over women's bodies. And I told you that weeks ago she's going to try to play that game. Now let's go to the other deal that she lied about tonight, and that's going back to the deal with Joe Biden. Donald Trump failed to bring that up. He could have got it on that when he told that Kamala Harris has been hiding Joe Biden's mental issue for the last 3 years. He didn't even say nothing about that. But with Kamala Harris, she showed us stupidity tonight. If Donald Trump would have done what I told you to do last night, Steve, he would have won the election. Kamala Harris set her own self up for the fall when she said that they sent her over there to Ukraine or Russia to make a deal to avoid the war, and then 3 days later the war started. That made Kamala look like she can't get the job done, which she cannot do. But what she did, you can see Donald Trump, you can see the steam coming off his head and his eyes tonight. What she did exactly what she wanted to do. She made Donald Trump mad, and she got him off his game, and she made him say some things that he shouldn't have said. And because, see, we already know, Steve, the Democrats that have long-term Democrats are not going to vote for Donald Trump. Nobody that supports Kamala is going to watch this video tonight and say, okay, well, I'm voting for Trump. I don't like her. The people that he's trying to get are the in-between people, which are mostly women. And most of these women are idiots. All they see, Steve, is that she's got two things going for her. She's a female and she's black. A lot of these women say, well, we ain't never had no woman president. I don't care what her deal is. Hillary Clinton should have possibly been that woman. So now they figure, well, Kamala can be that first one to get the job done. Same way it was with Barack Obama. Obama was not qualified to be in the White House, but I'm black. Black simply voted for Obama because he was black, Steve. And a lot of women are going to vote for Kamala because she's a woman. Donald Trump, as much as I hate to say this, Steve, Donald Trump did not win that debate tonight. Kamala, she shocked me, whether she had an earpiece in or whether she had cards or what she had going on. But she won the debate, and Donald Trump, they stole it. Like I said, he set his own self up when he walked into ABC. I'm telling you this, and anybody else, Donald Trump, if he does another debate with Kamala Harris, if they don't want to go to a venue of his choice or a news station of his choice, I say to hell with the Democrats and the hell with the debate. But if he goes back to another venue that they select, he's going to get screwed once again, and the only person he can blame is himself. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, what do you think about Fox News? Would they be more impartial? According to the Washington Post this morning, the first face-off ending with a few fireworks and a request from the Harris campaign to meet again now. Shortly after the debate concluded this evening at the National Constitutional Center, Philadelphia, Trump previously hesitated to contest Harris at the scheduled September 10 debate last evening due to his desire for Fox News to host rather than ABC. ABC, of course, ended up hosting Tuesday night's debate. After agreeing to the debate, Trump also said he would participate in additional debates in September. But the Harris-Walz campaign was pretty much silent until Tuesday night, moments after the debate concluded, when the campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, called for another debate in October. She simply said the only actual plan Trump has is Project 2025, which will raise costs for the middle class, take America backwards. That's what they saw tonight, and that's what they should see at the second debate in October. Vice President Harris is ready for a second debate. There's, at this point, no response immediately from, they say, the Trump campaign in response to the offer. We'll see where that goes, but yeah, what venue? Yeah, looking back in hindsight, well, we all said the same thing about the CNN debate with Trump and Biden. That actually seemed quite impartial. They seemed to be pretty much balanced. That was not the case with ABC this past evening, but hey, we'll return after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bundan in Mumbai. US Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump have met for a fiery debate ahead of the presidential election, in which they both accused each other of lying. The nominees came face-to-face in the city of Philadelphia in the crucial state of Pennsylvania. They debated major policy issues, including the economy, abortion and immigration. Caroline Malone has more on some of the night's takeaways.
Kamala Harris took the opportunity to show the US who she is as a person and what she stands for with her policies on the debate stage, making the case that she is the new future of the presidency. She laid out economic plans and insisted she is not the same as Biden. Trump spoke of his plans to save the economy from what he called the disastrous Biden-Harris administration and their open borders that allow criminals to flow in. He also talked a little more bizarrely about Haitian immigrants eating cats and dogs, which moderators fact-checked. Harris's solid performance was topped off by an endorsement at the end of the debate from Taylor Swift, a singer who has millions of loyal followers, who signed off a letter to her fans as, quote, childless cat lady, referencing a criticism made by Trump's vice president candidate J.D. Vance.
Vietnam's capital, Hanoi, is on alert for floods after the government said the death toll in Vietnam from Typhoon Yagi has risen to more than 140. Authorities warned that floodwaters were causing the Red River to rise rapidly and threatening to inundate downtown districts of the capital, Hanoi. Laura Westbrook reports.
Asia's worst storm this year, Typhoon Yagi, brought with it heavy rain that triggered deadly landslides and floods in northern Vietnam. State media is reporting that the water level of the Red River in Hanoi has been rising, warning residents to be ready to evacuate. Students at some schools across the capital have been told to stay home for the rest of the week, while thousands of residents living in low-lying areas have already been evacuated. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
SpaceX has launched a capsule carrying 4 private citizens into orbit on a 5-day mission set to make history by including the first spacewalk conducted by a non-government crew. The journey will also take the 4 private astronauts to the highest orbital altitude the humans have reached since the Apollo moon mission in 1972. Kate Fisher reports.
After several weather delays, the Polaris Dawn mission lifted off from Cape Canaveral in Florida on Tuesday morning. During the spacewalk, 2 of the astronauts are expected to exit the spacecraft on a tether, but all 4 will wear and test newly designed spacesuits, as the capsule doesn't have a pressurized airlock, so it will be exposed to vacuum conditions. Previously, only NASA astronauts have ventured into the vacuum of space to work on space stations in orbit, repair satellites, and conduct scientific experiments. Kate Fisher, Washington.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, just a fortnight after Brazil banned Elon Musk's social media platform X, formerly known as Twitter, a fresh plea for international leaders to confront the issue of misinformation in the public domain. It comes from former British Prime Minister Tony Blair, who says he fears that the amount of time young people especially spend on their phones and the spread of misinformation across irresponsibly managed social media platforms is now posing a major threat to Western democracies. He spoke to the UK-based podcast Full Disclosure with James O'Brien.
I certainly see a position where the world's going to have to come together and agree some rules around social media platforms. Quite what the answer is and what the right system of regulation is, I'm not sure, but I'm sure there should be, and there's got to be, because it's not just, how people can provoke, hostility and hatred, but I think the impact on young people particularly, when they got access to mobile phones very young and they're reading a whole lot of stuff and receiving a whole lot of stuff that I think is really messing with their minds in a big way. And as I say, I'm not sure what the answer to it is, but I'm sure we need to find one.
He also urged political leaders to grow thicker skins and not react to every insult thrown their way on social media. If you start scrolling through everything written about you, he said recently, it will do your head in. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. US Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump have met for a fiery debate ahead of the presidential election. Vietnam's capital, Hanoi, is on alert for floods after the government said the death toll in Vietnam from Typhoon Yagi has risen to more than 140. SpaceX has launched a capsule carrying 4 private citizens into orbit on a 5-day mission set to make history by including the first spacewalk conducted by a non-government crew.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
right, so today is September 11. And under industry headlines, there is a memorial ceremony planned this morning that will bring traffic to a brief halt at a popular commercial crossing along the U.S.-Mexico border in Texas. U.S. Customs and Border Protection announced that the Veterans International Bridge will close to both north and southbound traffic from 6:45 till 8 a.m. Truckers seeking to cross the bridge during that window will need to use an alternate route. I guess that or wait. Port of Brownsville director said drivers will have a couple of other crossing options, but we would like to advise the traveling public and the community that CBP will continue to process vehicular traffic at the two alternate crossing locations, the Gateway International Bridge and the Brownsville and Matamoros International Bridge, to continue the flow of traffic during the temporary traffic halt at Veterans International Bridge during that remembrance ceremony. They also noted drivers should plan ahead if they're attempting to cross prior to the temporary closures by checking the wait times at those crossings. Opened in 1999, the border crossing consists of 4 lanes for non-commercial traffic, 1 truck lane. Also, the bridge has sidewalks on both sides to accommodate pedestrian traffic. Now, there's actually a project underway now to expand the bridge's commercial capacity. So just a heads up there. Good morning to Philip in Florida.
Hey, buddy, how you doing today? Doing okay?
Yes, sir. Doing well. How about yourself?
Oh, I'm doing great here. Hearing a lot of interesting stuff with Always Moving and Happy and Eagle, and man, it's a lot of stuff coming out there. I didn't see the debate. I'm probably gonna watch it here in a little while when I get some free time. I was too busy sleeping, getting ready for today.
Right.
But sounds like she got a little spidey last night with Trump. Did you see any of it, Steve, or did you have to sleep too? I
listened to most of it. I was actually doing my show prep, so I had it on the computer listening. And ultimately, I indeed feel, I mean, she definitely held her own. I don't know that Trump would have picked up any of the so-called undecided or independent voters the way things went this past evening.
Yeah, I do believe what Eagle just said about abortion. That is a fight that when you start talking to women about it, it's a no-win situation. And I'm not for either or of it. I'm not going to get up into that abortion issue thing, but it's one of those things, like he said. I think that's what they knew they could trap him on. Mm-hmm. So that's what they planned on doing. And that's the way the debates work. I haven't seen it yet, but I will say that when I do watch it, I feel that I'm going to see her come out. She kind of had that cat in your face type thing going on, because that seems like what she's been preaching, and her rhetoric and the way she presents herself. Proof of that was Michelle Obama at the DNC. If you saw her speech, that's the way Michelle Obama was. She was kind of on that same lines of, that cat in your face type thing. I'm going to pull out my claws and put them right in your face, and it just, you've seen that, and we knew it was going to happen. But I never thought Michelle Obama would talk the way she did at the DNC, but I knew she was talking back at Trump to get back at him about some comments that were made in one of his interviews about black folks. And Always Moving, you are correct. There are too many people in the box. I think we need to shut the box down and close the lid, because I'm telling you, there comes a point when you got to say enough is enough. And that's what's happening in America today. And you're seeing all this things going on because of it. I mean, how many active shooter things have we seen, Steve, here lately? How many, just crazy stuff going on with the nation, and I think we need to keep, attention to that stuff. And a lot of it is we need to close down the borders. I'm not saying stop people from coming in the country to visit. I'm just saying we need to stop people coming in the country that don't need to be here, that are bad, like she said. Did see that SpaceX launch yesterday morning. I saw it for about 6 seconds while I was getting the train ready, getting it powered up, getting it ready for its day. It was a cool launch, but the clouds kind of blocked it out for me. So let's hope they can get that thing going right, do what they need to do. I believe they're going to do it on Thursday is when they're going to go outside, Steve.
Correct.
You don't happen to have a time frame on that, do you?
You are correct. I know it's Thursday, but I'll check on the time.
Yeah, going to be watching that. And I'm seeing that storm moved a little further east. So we're going it's coming in, looks like it's going to be, New Orleans going to be pretty bad. It's going a little bit east of Texas. Texas might not get as much, but Mississippi is going to get some. And then folks up in Memphis there, our buddies on there with us in Memphis, y'all going to need to play hide and seek too, because I'm telling you what, it's going to look pretty rough up in Memphis. Did you see the pattern that they showed going that way?
I did indeed, yeah. I mean, eventually it kind of comes up and may even bring us some rain in this area toward the weekend.
Yeah. And you were commenting about the space station and seeing something behind it. Well, I'll tell you what, buddy. There ain't no telling what's up there behind that space station watching it. We've got all kinds of strategic satellites that are in place that could be anywhere at any given time behind that space station and where it's going. So, did you see the undocking of the Starliner, Steve, when they were talking about the sphere that's around the space station?
That I did not.
Yeah, there's a imaginary sphere that's around the space station. And that, if you enter that sphere, that means you're gonna intersect with it. You don't get in there. And if you get a chance, watch that when they undocked it and all the processes they used to get away from it. And people understand how close that is with that space station. I mean, there's a lot of security with it, nonetheless, in what they're doing. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate y'all having me. And everybody out there, have a safe and great day.
All right, and I did pull up the scheduled spacewalk time is going to be Thursday morning at 2:23 a.m. Eastern Time. 2:23.
Oh wow, we might be on the air there, Steve.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Maybe we'll get
to tune in a little bit. You think?
That's all right. Yeah, that's fine. I won't get to see it because I'll probably be driving around that time frame. That's time frame I'm driving up I-4, but we'll keep a lookout for it. So, but you have a good day, bud.
All right. Thank you much. Philip, you do the same about 15 past the hour. Let me jump over, try to catch up a little bit here. Howdy, Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday, whatever day it is. Back in the saddle again. After my weekend off, got one of our indie stores to start my week off. Who knows what I'll do next when I get back to the yard. My company had on our company that they're beginning to put a safety stop for traffic on I-10 and possibly reroute freight around the storm-affected areas, or have drivers find a safe place to park to ride out the storm. With Francine may send some of her moisture up our way. We've got clear skies, 65 degrees near 70 and 465 on the east side of Indy. Now, that was a couple of hours ago. We had such busy lines. I was Just kind of holding off on saying hello to some of our friends. Jeffrey in Florida on board. Diane, did anyone catch Kamala Harris saying that January 6th was the worst day in our country's history? I thought that was a shame. Here is September 11, the anniversary. 9/11 is the worst day in our country's history. Hello, Kentucky Ken, Safe Travels Overnight Crew. Kentucky Ken just joined in to say hello this morning. Dolores, in regards to the debate, says it sure looked like Kamala got a bit longer to speak each time and had the questions prior to the debate. Her answers were always too planned out and memorized. Plus, she didn't really answer the questions. The ABC idiots were there to help her and attack Trump. All right, Dave says, who needs to watch a debate to figure out who's best when we have the rare experience of having them each in office for 4 years? We have our own personal experience in this case. No debate's going to change my mind, not after what I've seen and had to live through. Harris and the libs want to destroy this country. It's that simple. I'd vote for a potato before voting for her. Then he went on to say 9/11, yes, September 11, I will never forget. God bless our first responders. God bless America. And at the point in time, Brain Dead said, sorry, late to the party, but happy hump day, Steve, as today we pause and reflect on the events of this day in 2001. 70 degrees, clear skies at the West Memphis International Airport, hair care, nail salon, beauty supply, and Chinese buffet. Got a Jonesboro, Arkansas with a Popular Buff, Missouri run tonight that I hope leaves on time as this load was pushed back 2 hours all weekend. We are prepared for this storm coming through. This is the last thing the farmers need here as they're in the middle of the harvest. I'll try to check in later in the morning. All right. Meanwhile, the Getaway Man, I believe, is online with what's on your mind, Getaway Man.
Steve, I just wanted to make a few remarks regarding some of the other stuff that was said. Well, to Eagle, as far as Eagle's remarks, always on point as he always is. But he did say one thing. He sure. I didn't watch the debate tonight. Okay, I knew how it was going to go. Whether Trump was, whether Trump was on point or not, which I understand he wasn't. But Eagle was right. Connie lied. So as I see it, that don't make her no winner of no debate. Eagle said it himself. She lied. That don't make her no winner of no debate. So there you have that. And let's see, to the champion bull hauler Lauren, I say, hey man, I'm glad you're voting for Trump. I mean, I'm going to vote for Trump, but I'm going to do it with great faith. You don't think he's going to win. I know he's going to win. My faith tells me he's going to win. Okay, I'm praying for it. Millions are praying for it. But the real problem we have is millions more who should be praying for it aren't praying for it. We ain't going to win nothing without God. Do remember, I mean, just back in 2016, you remember what they told us on the day Trump won when the race boiled down to Trump versus Hillary? What'd they tell us, Steve?
The day before, Trump, Hillary had it. It was a lock. Hillary had this nailed, no doubt.
Yeah, remember? Yeah, but I didn't let that faze me. I wasn't voting for a winner. I wasn't voting for Donald Trump. I was voting for a certain set of policies. I was voting for a movement that he felt in his gut, and he made the rest of us feel in our guts. I was voting for a movement. I was voting for what I knew was right, the best policies for America, so that we didn't lose America. Then after 4 years, we have a record of what Trump did, and after the past 3.5 years, now almost 4 years, we have a record of what Tommy Law has done, which is nothing except cackle and laugh, lie and deny. She's always lied and denied about who she is, what she is. And with that having been said, I move on to always moving. Hey, I admire your spirit. I admire your tenacity and patriotism, but I could have saved you a lot of time and effort. And you could have just sat there and watched the TV and compared it with what I would have told you. And what I would have told you is she's going to do the same. We have a record of this. It goes all the way back to Jimmy Carter. What did Jimmy Carter do? He portrayed himself to be something that he wasn't. He portrayed himself to be less than what he actually is. And, well, after 4 years of him, we found out, gee, he's a flaming idiot. Carter did it. Let's see, who was next? Yeah, Clinton. Oh, Clinton did it. Obama mastered it. And Joey pretty much just followed suit. He mastered the lie and deny and portray himself to be something else that he wasn't, which was a moderate, when I don't even know what to say at that point. Like I said, I could have saved you a lot of trouble. Don't even bother trying to write down. Like I said, I admire her tenacity and her patriotism, but I could have saved her a lot of time taking notes. There's no sense in it. Everybody said it, and like I said, this goes all the way back to Carter. She's going to lie and deny about who she is and what she is. Let's see. Oh, and last but not least, I'd like to touch upon what Jolly Green said. Some of the stuff Jolly Green said, I pretty much agreed with. The big point I disagreed with Jolly Green. He said he accused this feeble General Geritol approach to the Israel-Hamas matter as support. No, that's not support, Jolly Green. I assure you, I'm a veteran. I know what support looks like, and that ain't it. If you want to see what real support for Israel looks like, check Dwight David Eisenhower, check Richard Nixon, check Ronald Reagan, and let's see and Trump. Trump really showed his support for Israel. That's support. What those four men did, that's support. What General Geritol Biden is doing, this is not support. It's going along to get along with both sides. He's
right.
No, that ain't support.
Window dressing. Yeah, Trump had he had the Abraham Accords. I mean, how many countries were actually renewing ties and relations with Israel?
All of them. When I left.
Well, Getaway Man, I appreciate you checking in here on a hump day. There you go. It is 844-844-3388. Other industry headlines as we go toward the news break coming up here in a few moments. Detention time. A new report examining the cost of driver detention at customer facilities to the motor carriers and the drivers last year. The Transportation Research Institute, ATRI, releasing the results for a new study this past day, looking at the impact of driver detention on the fleets, truck drivers, and the supply chain. A major takeaway from the report was that researchers were able to link detention time to increased speed. An analysis of ATRI's large truck GPS data at different customer facility types found that detention contributes to higher truck speeds. Trucks that were detained drove 14.6% faster on average than trucks that were not detained. Interestingly, trucks also drove faster on trips to facilities where they were detained, indicating the truck drivers know which firms and facilities will likely detain them. Researchers found truck drivers were detained at shipper and receiver facilities for 117 and 209 hours per year, depending on the sector, resulting in a total of 135 million hours of driver detention last year. The study also found truck drivers were detained at 39.3% of all stops. Detention rates were higher for women drivers at 49.1%, refrigerated trailer drivers at 56.2%, and among fleets that operate in the spot market, 42.5%. 44% of customer facilities do not allow drivers to use restrooms while waiting to load or unload. 78% of customer facilities do not provide truck drivers with a lounge, break room, or waiting area. The research found that while driver detention has decreased slightly overall over the past few years, the cost of detention is staggering. The study found that while 94.5% of companies charge detention fees, they're paid for less than half of those invoices. This results in trucking industry losses of $3.6 billion in direct expenses and $11.5 billion in lost productivity from driver detention. They went on to say detention is so common that many industry professionals have accepted it as inevitable without realizing the true extent of the costs. Chad England of CR England says ATRI's report puts real-world numbers to the true impact that truck driver detention has on trucking and the broader economy. But interesting how the speed factor comes into play. When your clock is ticking, those hours you may have lost waiting to be loaded or unloaded, you're trying to make it up. When you actually have the wheels rolling, of course, in most cases, being paid by the mile. Very interesting, 29 past the hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bundan in Mumbai. US Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump have met for a fiery debate ahead of the presidential election, in which they both accused each other of lying. The nominees came face-to-face in the city of Philadelphia in the crucial state of Pennsylvania. They debated major policy issues, including the economy, abortion and immigration. Caroline Malone has more on some of the night's takeaways.
Kamala Harris took the opportunity to show the US who she is as a person and what she stands for with her policies on the debate stage, making the case that she is the new future of the presidency. She laid out economic plans and insisted she is not the same as Biden. Trump spoke of his plans to save the economy from what he called the disastrous Biden-Harris administration and their open borders that allow criminals to flow in. He also talked a little more bizarrely about Haitian immigrants eating cats and dogs, which moderators fact-checked. Harris's solid performance was topped off by an endorsement at the end of the debate from Taylor Swift, a singer who has millions of loyal followers, who signed off a letter to her fans as, quote, childless cat lady, referencing a criticism made by Trump's vice president candidate J.D. Vance.
Vietnam's capital, Hanoi, is on alert for floods after the government said the death toll in Vietnam from Typhoon Yagi has risen to more than 140. Authorities warned that floodwaters were causing the Red River to rise rapidly and threatening to inundate downtown districts of the capital, Hanoi. Laura Westbrook reports.
Asia's worst storm this year, Typhoon Yagi, brought with it heavy rain that triggered deadly landslides and floods in northern Vietnam. State media is reporting that the water level of the Red River in Hanoi has been rising, warning residents to be ready to evacuate. Students at some schools across the capital have been told to stay home for the rest of the week, while thousands of residents living in low-lying areas have already been evacuated. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
SpaceX has launched a capsule carrying 4 private citizens into orbit on a 5-day mission set to make history by including the first spacewalk conducted by a non-government crew. The journey will also take the 4 private astronauts to the highest orbital altitude the humans have reached since the Apollo moon mission in 1972. Kate Fisher reports.
After several weather delays, the Polaris Dawn mission lifted off from Cape Canaveral in Florida on Tuesday morning. During the spacewalk, 2 of the astronauts are expected to exit the spacecraft on a tether, but all 4 will wear and test newly designed spacesuits, as the capsule doesn't have a pressurized airlock, so it will be exposed to vacuum conditions. Previously, only NASA astronauts have ventured into the vacuum of space to work on space stations in orbit, repair satellites, and conduct scientific experiments. Kate Fisher, Washington.
From bureaus
Ultimate
worldwide.
comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, let's say good morning to the one and only Dingbat. How you been?
Hey. Doing good. How about you?
Another day, living the dream as always, right?
Always live the dream. But I just want to give a shout out to the family of 9/11. My condolences to them. I know it's a hard day for them every day. But I know it's off topic, but I want to touch base. There's a trial now going on for the 3 or 5 police officers here in Memphis. They have now set a trial date. I don't know if you've seen it yet.
I have.
They have picked a jury and everything like that.
Okay, so is this the one where the officers pulled up on the guy and beat him down or whatever?
Pretty much with Tyrese Nichols.
Okay, Tyrese Nichols.
You know, I don't know if you remember.
I remember. I do remember that case. Yeah, that looked bad for the police.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. You know, I mean, me and Braindead were talking about that. You know, me, if you knew my story, you understand where I'm coming from. Those officers, they use way too much force on that young man. I mean, if you see the video, it's just eats your heart out, and just like, why would, I mean, I know your son's a police officer, don't take me wrong, but it's just sad that these police officers did this to this young man. I mean, it's just, ugh. I don't know how to say it.
Yeah.
But I just want to give it. They said it includes 4 alternate jurors made up with 8 women, 8 men, 4 black women, 4 white women, 4 white men, 2 black men, and 2 Asians. So it's going to be a
very
trial that
very
you
diverse.
might want to see.
Yeah, very diverse jury. That's for sure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just, like I said, it eats my heart up that this young man has goes through this, but also the police officers. I mean, ugh. But other than that, I got 44 days until I have my knee surgery. So long, so far away.
Again. So this is going to be a redo, right? Because the first one didn't take properly.
They did the lateral about 2 years ago, if I can do my math right. But they're going to do the they did the horizontal. Now it's the lateral on the inside knee. What my body was doing was not accepting the cortisone shots. So they're like, well, we got to go with plan B. I was like, what's this? They said surgery. And I looked at Brain Dead. I said, you have got to be kidding me. This is not the news I want to get during a doctor visit.
Right.
Because I'm going to be down for 2 weeks, so it's going to be a kind of doozy because Brain Dead, his schedule is completely different than mine. So, I mean, I could be working and it's like, hey, I got called in, but luckily it's this time, but the next day it could be totally different. Like right now he's waiting for his load because they are 2 hours behind, I believe he said. So hopefully everything would get situated with our lovely Kroger.
Yeah, and I don't know where that Kroger-Albertsons merger is going. It's looking more and more like that might not happen.
I've seen a lot of things, and we live in West Memphis, and someone posted, Kroger's going to be the new, the new West Memphis, but where am I going to buy the cheap groceries at? Where can you buy cheap groceries? That's what I want to know. I mean,
right.
But other than that, we're just chilling until that Brain Dead go Gators this weekend.
Yeah, your Gators not off to the best start to the season.
Yeah, but everybody, I just want you to know what we do on Trash Talk is just a joke. We still love each other, but right now we have a hate-love relationship right now.
I'm guessing old Brain Dead he's got his head held up high because he's proud of those Tennessee Volunteers. All right, Dingbat, thanks for checking in regards to the September 11 anniversary from the 911 memorial page at the center of the mission of the 911 Memorial and Museum is the annual commemoration ceremony. Family members of victims will once again gather at the Memorial Plaza to read aloud the names of those killed in the 911 attacks and in the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. The National September 11 Memorial and Museum, it leads the nation and the world in making the anniversary or marking the anniversary of the day that changed our lives forever. Today, the 23rd anniversary commemoration will take place on the Memorial Plaza, focus on an in-person reading of the names by family members. Throughout the ceremony, observing 6 moments of silence, acknowledging when each of the World Trade Center towers was struck and fell, and the times of the attack on the Pentagon and the crash of Flight 93. The program will commence at 8:30 this morning. The first moment of silence observed at 8:46 a.m. Families can access the Memorial Plaza starting at 7:30 this morning. The commemoration's expected to conclude at about 1 o'clock this afternoon. The invitation and or letter that you received in August, as well as the P&T case numbers or Memorial Park identification cards, will serve as your credentials for admittance to the ceremony. The first entry to the museum will be at 8 a.m. The last entry will be 5:30 p.m. The museum closes at 7 p.m. Due to capacity constraints in the museum and to help ensure your timely admission, we strongly encourage advance reservations. As always, tickets to the museum are free for family members. Each family member must have a ticket to be admitted to the museum. So, once again, it's hard to imagine 23 years after the fact. Well, turns out the Starliner did safely make it back to the Earth. After more than 3 months in space, the Starliner 10-day crew flight test concluded earlier this week, or over the weekend actually, successfully landing, parachuting to that soft touchdown in the dark desert night of White Sands Missile Range in New Mexico, little after the midnight hour Saturday morning, ending the long-delay, issue-ridden mission. But returning without the astronauts. Turns out, this is the question we were kind of asking earlier this week, had the astronauts been on board, would everything have been okay? Turns out they would have been totally fine. Despite the issues experienced on the flight to the space station, the uncrewed landing performed as expected, with the spacecraft touching down precisely as NASA and Boeing had designed for it in the delayed return. If we had had crew on board the spacecraft, we would have followed the same back-away sequence from the station, the same deorbit burn, and executed the same entry, and so it would have been a safe, successful landing with the crew on board, according to the manager of NASA's Commercial Crew Program, post-landing press conference. But hindsight is always 20/20, he said. We spent 3 months performing tests in White Sands, trying to recreate and understand the thruster issues that Starliner experienced. It's always hard to have that retrospective look. If we'd had a model that would have predicted what we saw perfectly, it looks like an easy decision. We would have said, go ahead with the flight crew, bring them back. But we did not have that at the time. Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, spending another several months aboard the space station. Of course, now awaiting their return on February, whatever the date in February will be. They announced at the end of August. They do say that they'll be fine aboard the space station. By the time they do come home, instead of 10 days in space, they will ultimately have spent 10 months aboard the space station. When you plan a short trip and it gets kind of extended, right? Hello to Mike this morning. Email steve@hotshotsecret.com. He says, I don't always agree with Eagle, but I respect his opinion and I have to agree with him this morning. President Trump fell into the trap. He should have said that he wanted the abortion issue left to the states. Should have had no further comment after that. If it came back up, repeat the same thing. That, undoubtedly, that should have been the narrative. The goal was to bring it up, leave it to the states. The overturning of Roe versus Wade. The states now have the option. There's additional states coming up in November. It's on the ballot once again. The people making their decisions. Do you want abortion bans? Do you want limitations? Do you want unfettered access? The people are deciding. And the one thing that Kamala flat out lied about once again, which I don't believe they fact-checked her on that, stating that Donald Trump will sign a national ban on abortions. On multiple occasions, he has said no such thing. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, picking back up there where we leave off. Dan says, good morning, everyone. Hopefully everybody's having a good day. Heat wave. Hopefully you're on the right road, not having issues. Talk to the crew after the show. All right, Dan, have a good morning. Santa Claus, top of the morning, 62, Sacramento, California. Being September 11. I remember how your dad, the truckin' bozo, used to reminisce how on what happened that day and how both of you were brought into work on our day of crisis. Yeah, at that point in time, we were on the satellite radio. Yeah, my father had to go down and be on the terrestrial side at 700, and I did the satellite radio side because pretty much, the timed out news breaks and everything were completely out the window. Whereas each of our breaks, we have a 5-minute news break, with a couple of commercials at the top. Everything's hard timed. The news was just breaking so fast and furious that sometimes the news breaks may last 10 minutes at the top of the hour. And, there was no set schedule. It was, it's hard to believe 23 years. Wow. Hello to Billy. Good morning, Steve. The Overnight Drive, folks, heading up to Garysburg, North Carolina, then down to Southport. Happy Hump Day, everybody. Have a great day. There's Norman checking in from the Home 20, North Central Kansas, on a nice, cool morning. I'm off duty today, heading out to pick up a couple pieces of equipment on Thursday. With scrap prices, we're up. I'm getting tired of throwing chains. All have a good morning. Daniel, hello from over out west of Olympic, Washington, with some light rain this morning and 53 degrees. There's Gary Montgomery. Good to have you with us as well. And Eagle wanted to chime back in and a couple of other points about the debate. Go ahead, Eagle. Welcome back.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate you giving me another chance, Steve. Yeah, listen, Steve, there's a couple other things that I didn't get to say in the first call. I appreciate some of your callers agreeing with what I had to say. Unfortunately, it's true. Unfortunately, I had to say that I'm still voting for Donald Trump regardless. But here's what Donald Trump needs to focus on, Steve, for these next 2 months. As for the debates, to hell with the debates. Unless they do what I told you in the first call, it's under Donald Trump's term, him and his people. You go to a neutral location, or there won't be no debate. Listen, I want to explain it even to the idiots that might be listening to you tonight, Steve. Here's how it goes. This is like in Cincinnati where you at. Okay, the Cleveland Browns are the worst enemy of the Cincinnati Bengals football team. Okay, that's like telling the Cleveland Browns you want to play them the best out of 3 games. Whoever wins the first 2 games out of 3 is the winner of the series. But all 3 games have to be played in Cleveland. You can't play no games in Cincinnati. Right. All the games have to be played in Cleveland. So that's basically what the Democrats are trying to tell Donald Trump. We want to play the game, but you got to play the game at our stadium, or we're not going to play the game. It doesn't work like that, my man. Now with me, it doesn't. So if they want to play that game, then the game will be postponed. Won't be no game played. So maybe even the dumbest people can understand that. Now let me say this, Steve. Now this question that they asked Donald Trump, you want to talk about racist. They want to claim that Donald Trump is a racist, but ABC had the nerve to ask Donald Trump, why did he question Kamala Harris' race? Why did he say that Kamala Harris wasn't black? What does that have to do with the American? What does that have to do with politics? What does that have to do with the economy? What does that have to do with the border? Out of all the questions in the world that they can ask Donald Trump about the economy, all the illegals coming in the USA, jobs being lost, this is what they come up with, Steve. They come up with a bogus question like that, asking Donald Trump, why did you question her ethnicity? You tell me, are you going to tell me that that's a question that needs to be asked in the debate? Can you answer that?
I caught that. I actually caught that segment, and I thought that was a trap question. But he answered correctly. He said, "I don't care what she claims to be." I mean, we know factually that when she was being elected for for her Senate seat, whatever. In California, they said you're going to be the first Indian American senator, and she agreed that she was going to be an Indian American. That was her claim, and several times she claimed that. Yeah. Then somewhere down the line, she claims I'm going to be the first African American president. I mean, so she herself has claimed to be more than one thing. Trump didn't dwell on it. Okay, that was a set-up question, though. Okay, well, he kind of brushed off the question. And Kamala went on and on and on. She went for 2 or 3 minutes talking about that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, think about it like this, Steve. How come they didn't ask, after they asked Donald Trump that question about her ethnicity, how come they couldn't ask Kamala, well, what color are you? What race are you? What race do you identify as? Are you an Indian or are you black? How come they couldn't answer that question? Yeah, because it was a bogus, and it was because it wasn't a fair deal that they did with ABC. Now, I'm going to clarify myself for what I said in the first call. I told you that Donald Trump, I don't think he won the election, but I will say this. See, here's why it hurt Donald Trump so bad, Steve, because a lot of people probably didn't even look at the whole debate. They started out the debate with the first question out of the box had to do with abortion. And a lot of people turned their TV off. A lot of people got to work. So that's the first impression that they got of Donald Trump is what went down with that. Donald Trump came on strong at the end of the deal. I want to say that because, like I say, I'm going to support Donald Trump 100%. Donald Trump came on strong the last 30 minutes when he was talking about the border and about Joe Biden being asleep at the wheel, that we don't have a president, and about Kamala and this bogus war that they got going on with Ukraine. He came on real strong at the end. And when his final remarks, he said he won that too. But I'm talking about the start of the debate. That's what a lot of people seen, and that's the impression that they have of Donald Trump about what he said when they set him up with that abortion deal. That wasn't a good look. And then when he went in and talked about the people eating cats and dogs, that's just not a good look to say something like that. And a lot of people turned their TV off after that, especially Democrats, because they heard all they needed to hear when Donald Trump did that. A lot of people said Trump it's over with. They turned their set off and they went on about their business. A lot of people didn't watch the second half of the debate when Donald Trump came on strong. Like I said, I watched the whole deal. Kamala won the first half. Trump won the second half. And like I said, if there is another debate, hopefully Donald Trump will do the right thing and put his foot down and say that we're gonna have to have this with neutral moderators. because David Muir and this woman that was there, they were definitely on the wrong team. They damn sure wasn't on Donald Trump's team tonight, Steve. Your moderator's job is not to question the man that they're asking the questions to. You give Donald Trump a chance to say what he got to say, and then you don't call a man a liar. You don't fact check the guy on live television, just like Sean Hannity said. A moderator's job is not to fact check people. That's the people's job. The television commentators and other people after the debate is over with. That's how you know it's bogus. And just like Hannity said, Steve, how come they didn't fact check since they want to say it was a 50-50 deal? How come Kamala wasn't fact checked all night long on none of the lies that she told? So any of the Democrats say Trump didn't get treated unfairly, ask yourself that question. How come they didn't fact check Kamala Harris? And I thank you for taking my call.
Well, if you ask a Democrat, they'd say, well, that's because everything Kamala Harris said was spot on. That's what they would tell you. But yeah, you don't want to fact check the one that you want to go ahead and allow the lies to continue. Hurricane Francine, barreling towards southern Louisiana, strengthening over those extremely warm Gulf waters. Those in possible harm's way, rushing to complete storm preparations, filling sandbags, buying gas, stocking up on necessities. An expected landfall sometime later this afternoon. Residents, especially in South Louisiana, had a mere 24-hour window to batten down all the hatches, according to Governor Landry. Warning at a midday press conference. Francis at the time was still just a tropical storm. The now Category 1 hurricane warning forecasters warn it's expected to crash ashore Wednesday afternoon or evening with a potentially life-threatening storm surge, damaging winds, perhaps a Categories 2. That would be winds of 96 to 110 miles per hour.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bundan in Mumbai. US Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump have met for a fiery debate ahead of the presidential election, in which they both accused each other of lying. The nominees came face-to-face in the city of Philadelphia in the crucial state of Pennsylvania. They debated major policy issues, including the economy, abortion and immigration. Caroline Malone has more on some of the night's takeaways.
Kamala Harris took the opportunity to show the US who she is as a person and what she stands for with her policies on the debate stage, making the case that she is the new future of the presidency. She laid out economic plans and insisted she is not the same as Biden. Trump spoke of his plans to save the economy from what he called the disastrous Biden-Harris administration and their open borders that allow criminals to flow in. He also talked a little more bizarrely about Haitian immigrants eating cats and dogs, which moderators fact-checked. Harris's solid performance was topped off by an endorsement at the end of the debate from Taylor Swift, a singer who has millions of loyal followers, who signed off a letter to her fans as, quote, childless cat lady, referencing a criticism made by Trump's vice president candidate J.D. Vance.
Vietnam's capital, Hanoi, is on alert for floods after the government said the death toll in Vietnam from Typhoon Yagi has risen to more than 140. Authorities warned that floodwaters were causing the Red River to rise rapidly and threatening to inundate downtown districts of the capital, Hanoi. Laura Westbrook reports.
Asia's worst storm this year, Typhoon Yagi, brought with it heavy rain that triggered deadly landslides and floods in northern Vietnam. State media is reporting that the water level of the Red River in Hanoi has been rising, warning residents to be ready to evacuate. Students at some schools across the capital have been told to stay home for the rest of the week, while thousands of residents living in low-lying areas have already been evacuated. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
SpaceX has launched a capsule carrying 4 private citizens into orbit on a 5-day mission set to make history by including the first spacewalk conducted by a non-government crew. The journey will also take the 4 private astronauts to the highest orbital altitude the humans have reached since the Apollo moon mission in 1972. Kate Fisher reports.
After several weather delays, the Polaris Dawn mission lifted off from Cape Canaveral in Florida on Tuesday morning. During the spacewalk, 2 of the astronauts are expected to exit the spacecraft on a tether, but all 4 will wear and test newly designed spacesuits, as the capsule doesn't have a pressurized airlock, so it will be exposed to vacuum conditions. Previously, only NASA astronauts have ventured into the vacuum of space to work on space stations in orbit, repair satellites, and conduct scientific experiments. Kate Fisher, Washington.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, just a fortnight after Brazil banned Elon Musk's social media platform X, formerly known as Twitter, a fresh plea for international leaders to confront the issue of misinformation in the public domain. It comes from former British Prime Minister Tony Blair, who says he fears that the amount of time young people especially spend on their phones and the spread of misinformation across irresponsibly managed social media platforms is now posing a major threat to Western democracies. He spoke to the UK-based podcast Full Disclosure with James O'Brien.
I certainly see a position where the world's going to have to come together and agree some rules around social media platforms. Quite what the answer is and what the right system of regulation is, I'm not sure, but I'm sure there should be, and there's got to be, because it's not just, how people can provoke, hostility and hatred, but I think the impact on young people particularly, when they got access to mobile phones very young and they're reading a whole lot of stuff and receiving a whole lot of stuff that I think is really messing with their minds in a big way. And as I say, I'm not sure what the answer to it is, but I'm sure we need to find one.
He also urged political leaders to grow thicker skins and not react to every insult thrown their way on social media. If you start scrolling through everything written about you, he said recently, it will do your head in. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. US Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump have met for a fiery debate ahead of the presidential election. Vietnam's capital, Hanoi, is on alert for floods after the government said the death toll in Vietnam from Typhoon Yagi has risen to more than 140. SpaceX has launched a capsule carrying 4 private citizens into orbit on a 5-day mission set to make history by including the first spacewalk conducted by a non-government crew. And that is the latest feature story news. Rebecca Bundin reporting.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at ooida.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, hump day. 11th day of September. I've got it was the 2 a.m. Eastern Time advisory. Just thought I'd kind of do a little checkup, see if things are intensifying, and indeed they are. So Hurricane Francine, rapidly approaching Category 2 status when it hits 96 mile per hour sustained winds. Now, we were at 75 sustained with the 11 p.m. Eastern update. So 3 hours later, maximum sustained winds now at 90 miles per hour. So I would full well expect, I wouldn't doubt a bit, that the 5 a.m. Eastern update coming up here less than an hour from now, it may be Category 2. Data from Air Force hurricane hunters indicate maximum sustained winds near 90 with higher gusts. Some additional strengthening is expected this morning. Francine is expected to weaken quickly after it moves inland. No change in the size of the storm. Hurricane force winds extending 35 miles outward from the center. Tropical storm winds upwards of 115. Central pressure continues to drop, now at 977 millibars. Again, that was the 2 a.m. Eastern update. Ahead of the storm's approach, lifelong New Orleans resident Roxanne Riley, like so many others, gathering water, snacks, other food from a Walmart, said she plans to stay at a family member's home on higher ground to avoid flooding, but said she's ready to evacuate if things get worse. It's very frustrating every time a storm comes in. I'm just making sure the car's ready to roll in case I have to roll on Wednesday. I'm going to be keeping a check to see what it's looking like. All right, I'm not going to go through all the hurricane warnings and tropical storm warnings, but downtown New Orleans this past day, cars and trucks lined up for blocks to collect sandbags from a parking lot of a local YMCA. The CEO, Erica Mann, said Tuesday that 1,000 bags of sand had already been distributed by volunteers later Tuesday to people hoping to protect their homes from possible flooding. One resident picking up sandbags moved to New Orleans just last year, nervous for his first potential hurricane in the city. The low-lying rental apartment he shares with his partner had already flooded out in a storm the year before, and not going to take any chances this time around. A little over 3 years after Hurricane Ida trashed his home in the Delac community of coastal Louisiana's Terrebonne Parish, about a month after he had just finished rebuilding. Coy Verdon is now preparing for another hurricane. We had to gut the whole house. Rattling off a memorized inventory of work, a new roof, new windows. He said at the time, I considered moving further inland away from the home where he makes a living. After rebuilding, he said he's here to stay. As long as I can, I'm going to get, it's going to get rough. It's going to get tough. He said, I'm prepared to head north to ride out Francis with his daughter, which is about a 50-minute drive further north. I don't want to go too far so I can come back and check on my home. The governor said National Guard is being deployed to parishes that could be impacted by the storm. They are equipped with food, water, nearly 400 high water rescue vehicles, about 100 boats, and 50 helicopters to respond to the storm, including possible search and rescue operations. So there you go. It's going to get interesting as the day rolls on here. I suppose you saw all that. Good morning, Brother Rambler. Are you out there trying to get another load in tonight?
I sure am. I'm right here in Hammond, Louisiana. Over at one of our O'Reilly stores, putting stuff in now. Don't know if I'm gonna be running tonight. They said, "Well, brother, if you don't run tonight, you'll have to run Saturday night." I'm like, "Well, I don't want to work Saturday, especially with college football going on." So if it comes on inland and gets on north of us, I'll just choose to come on out and run the night after it passes through. So, yeah, I tried to call earlier, but man, had to pay some taxes to the Sandman. If you don't know what that means I had to go take a nap. I was tired, but we're gonna be all right, Steve, and I hope that thing doesn't intensify anymore. It's moving so slow though, it's just creeping along there. But I did last report. I did say, see as what you just said also, that the pressure, the millibars was dropping a little bit. So they do expect it to be a Category 2, and I went through a Category 2 2020 with Hurricane Sally. Did the same thing, just kind of hovered around the coast, did a lot of damage, and they had just gotten part of the 3-mile bridge at Pensacola opened, and they didn't tie the barges off that they were using to put the equipment on, and they broke loose and just totally destroyed a lot of that bridge. They had to start all over from scratch almost and build, the 3-mile bridge that goes from Pensacola to Gulf Breeze back. So even a Category 2 can be deadly. So, well, I watched I listened to the debate, and I had it, fairly even. I do think that question about Kamala's race was a trap question. And I was yelling at the radio, knowing that he couldn't hear what I'm saying. And I'm glad he answered it by not caring, but I would have stepped it up further because, who helped him with his debate prep was Tulsi Gabbard. And if you remember, when Tulsi Gabbard just totally destroyed her when she's trying to claim to be an African-American, Tulsi Gabbard, and I was like, Trump, say something about her as a prosecutor. Say something about how she kept all those black men charged with misdemeanor devil's lettuce crimes, deliberately kept them in jail, and they can fact check that, and that's the absolute truth. How she deliberately kept them in jail and used them for slave labor. Slave labor, yes. To do work, picking up trash on California roads and stuff like that. I would have threw that out there immediately. I'm like, so if you're claiming to be African American, and here's what you did as a prosecutor, waving your pen like you said on the video, making sentences last longer. How could you even claim to be an African American when you're keeping your fellow brothers and sisters in chains? Yeah, I would have just attacked her with that, but they were really against him. A lot of fact checks, a lot of trap questions, and he got rattled. And I was like hoping, man, don't get rattled. Don't attack her. Stay on point. Attack her policies. So there needs to be a second debate, and needs to be at a like Eagle said. It can't be, the Bengals can't go and play the Browns at every single home game. Alabama can't go play Auburn every year up there in Jordan, which probably pronounced Jordan, but those morons on that worship that team, the Cal College on the Plains, that team. I won't even call it by its proper name. You know, they call it Jordan. It's really Jordan Hare, but they call it Jordan Hare Stadium. Goes to show you the education of that Cal College out there around Opelika. I won't even mention the city. Roll Tide. Mm-hmm. Anyway, but back to what I was saying. It needs to be on an even keel, and it needs to be like, you know, Chris Ruddy from Newsmax can step up and say, hey, we got plenty of places over here in Doral, over here in Miami, Hialeah. I mean, not Hialeah, but Boca Raton. A lot of places that we can hold a debate. But, you know, they won't do that. They'll say, well, that's too conservative. Oh, well, and the people they're trying to reach, Steve, is 25%. 8% of that 25% after the debate just went with Kamala Harris, and here's why. There's a certain performer out there that the kids that are able to vote, both young men and women, and I hate to say it, even full-grown men and full-grown women, they won't come to Jesus because because Jesus Christ offends them. But boy, they'll worship Taylor Swift. And I'm serious, Steve, I'm dead serious. They literally worship this girl as if she is a deity. And y'all think I'm joking. I'm not. They really almost bow down to her and think that she is a godlike person. I mean, that's the obsession that her fans have with her. Little Rambler, Donovan, works at AMC Theater. And the only time, and I had to go pick him up and take him home from work sometimes, the only time I've seen that theater so packed out to where you couldn't even get a parking spot was during the Deadpool Wolverine release and during old Taylor Swift's Eras tour when it hit the theaters. Steve, I couldn't even find a parking place. I had to sit there and park, and I saw just young ladies, just dress up like Taylor Swift, going as if they're going to a concert, but they're going to a theater. And that parking lot was packed out as if it was a concert. So y'all laugh, but I'm telling you, her fans worship her. They really do. And when she says she's going for Kamala Harris, you got about 8% of that 25% that just went right out the door and right along, and like she's like the Pied Piper of Hamlin. She's a Pied Piper, and you got a 8% or 25% rats following right behind her, going to a destructive path. But that's all I got to say tonight. Let's pray for everyone on the Gulf Coast. We're going to pray for anyone who's going through something right now. This economy, look here, I'm suffering with it too. When Trump was in office, things was on easy street. We wasn't having to use credit cards to buy stuff. Stuff wasn't expensive. Now it's expensive. People have credit card bills. And Jerome Powell, the chair of the Feds, raise the interest rates. And now look what they're trying to do now, lower the interest rates because they know they have an election. Gas is lower because they know they have an election. Come on, let's have some common sense out here, people. What do you think is going to happen if she wins? Everything she said, her plans, whoop, right out the window.
Yep.
Right out the window. And it's going to get worse. And you can expect that Green New Deal, the full version, will pass. But God's children, I love you, and I want you to do me a favor. Don't put your faith in the donkey, and don't put it in the elephant. I know we're all excited about the election and everything like that. And look, 9/11, let's not forget what happened that day. And Steve, I remember the night y'all come in, you and your dad. I was listening. I was in Houston, Texas. Matter of fact, I had a 2-3 stop delivery. The last one was in Port Lavanica. all I was doing was listening to Bob and Tom in the morning, and then all of a sudden Tom Brokaw broke on, and that was weird because that's never happened. And I didn't even see anything that happened until I got to the Pilot truck stop off of I-45 in downtown Houston, where I could finally get to a TV and see the horrors of that day. And then hearing your dad come on that night, I never will forget what he said. We're not going to use CB handles. We're going to use real names. So call us up with your real name. And so that was always etched in my brain. But God's children, don't worship the elephant and don't worship the donkey, because that's worshiping idols. Bow the knee to Jesus Christ. He's the only one that can save this country, and believe it or not, he is still in control because he's alive and well, God's children. And I'll leave you with this. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do, and we're going to batten down the hatches down here at the bayou. God bless you. We'll talk to you later. Bye,
That's
everybody.
about the extent of it. Batten down the hatches, yeah. All right, 844-844-3388.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, real quick, I do see that the FMCSA announcing they're giving the public more time to comment on whether their regulatory guidance documents need to be updated or not. Scheduled to be published in the Federal Register today, September 11. The FMCSA announced that they're extending their comment period 14 days beyond the original deadline, which was going to be Thursday of this week. They believe extending the comment period is in the public interest. Now, what is regulatory guidance? You look at all the trucking regulations on the books, and there's plenty of questions about how to remain in compliance. Many times, agencies offer regulatory guidance to clarify their rules. With that said, regulatory guidance isn't legally binding because it doesn't go through the rulemaking process. The FMCSA is therefore required to review their guidance documents every 5 years to make sure that they are consistent, clear, and uniformly, consistently enforced, and if they're actually still necessary. Last month, they published that notice asking for the public's feedback. They'll be reviewing their existing guidance documents to evaluate, are they even still necessary, and determine whether they should be updated and or eliminated. So the invite is for the public to identify and provide input on existing guidance documents that might be a good candidate for either revision or rescission, eliminate. Skeeter on a Wednesday. Good morning, Skeeter.
Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
I'm doing just fine. What's happening?
I just wanted to hit you up about the debate because I hear a whole lot of people acting like everything went really bad, and I didn't feel the same way.
Really?
I think Donald Trump went in there and did exactly what he needed to, which is remind everybody this is just Joe Biden wearing a different mask.
Mm-hmm.
Kamala's gotten a free pass so far. Everybody's trying to act like she's new, and she was in there acting like she was Obama, even down to the hand gestures, saying that she was a change. He made sure to point out, you've been in office for 3.5 years. All these policies you've worked towards.
And then when he tried to paint her as, this is Joe Biden, I mean, what was her comment? I am not Joe Biden, and I'm not Donald Trump. But the policies are.
The worst part is that she comes out, I'm going to hold off on tax and tips. It's like there's plenty of pictures showing Trump with the whole backdrop of that.
Yes.
She's either, A, denying that she's Joe Biden, but copying his policies, or copying Trump's. I do have to say one other thing, though. My sister has been a lifelong Democrat. She is not voting for Harris because she's very mad about her being coordinated with nobody voting for her.
Wow.
So I think there's a large number of that undecided that just aren't saying which side they're going for because, in all honesty, they're just actually really mad about the way things went.
Well, and at the same time, a lot of things that Kamala said in the debate, which I knew, I said, that's not correct, but the commentators, unlike Trump, where they would fact check him, they weren't correcting. I kind of wonder if the media, undoubtedly the CNNs and MSNBCs will not correct that, but will the people be able to get the message of the things that she clearly lied about during the debate?
The biggest issue with that is a lot of people are willfully ignorant to the fact. And because of that, I think people like Taylor Swift get a lot more credit with being able to sway people, like the previous caller was saying.
Yeah.
But the same token, I think when people look at their bank balance at the end of the week and when they go to the grocery store and get that receipt, they'll think otherwise.
Very good. All right. Well, Skeeter, first-time caller. I got your number down here for a first-time caller code. How's that sound?
Sounds great, sir. Well, I'll let you off here. You have a great morning.
I thank you for tuning in, Skeeter. And as we always say, don't be a stranger. You dialed us up once, you can do it again. Love those new callers. There you go. $60 voucher for hotshotsecret.com. We'll get that sent out to you via a text message in the coming days. Wheelchair Dave will chime in momentarily. Who else we got on board? It is 844-844-3388.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bundon in Mumbai. US Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump have met for a fiery debate ahead of the presidential election, in which they both accused each other of lying. The nominees came face-to-face in the city of Philadelphia in the crucial state of Pennsylvania. They debated major policy issues, including the economy, abortion and immigration. Caroline Malone has more on some of the night's takeaways.
Kamala Harris took the opportunity to show the US who she is as a person and what she stands for with her policies on the debate stage, making the case that she is the new future of the presidency. She laid out economic plans and insisted she is not the same as Biden. Trump spoke of his plans to save the economy from what he called the disastrous Biden-Harris administration and their open borders that allow criminals to flow in. He also talked a little more bizarrely about Haitian immigrants eating cats and dogs, which moderators fact-checked. Harris's solid performance was topped off by an endorsement at the end of the debate from Taylor Swift, a singer who has millions of loyal followers, who signed off a letter to her fans as, quote, childless cat lady, referencing a criticism made by Trump's vice president candidate J.D. Vance.
Vietnam's capital, Hanoi, is on alert for floods after the government said the death toll in Vietnam from Typhoon Yagi has risen to more than 140. Authorities warned that floodwaters were causing the Red River to rise rapidly and threatening to inundate downtown districts of the capital, Hanoi. Laura Westbrook reports.
Asia's worst storm this year, Typhoon Yegi, brought with it heavy rain that triggered deadly landslides and floods in northern Vietnam. State media is reporting that the water level of the Red River in Hanoi has been rising, warning residents to be ready to evacuate. Students at some schools across the capital have been told to stay home for the rest of the week, while thousands of residents living in low-lying areas have already been evacuated. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
SpaceX has launched a capsule carrying 4 private citizens into orbit on a 5-day mission set to make history by including the first spacewalk conducted by a non-government crew. The journey will also take the 4 private astronauts to the highest orbital altitude the humans have reached since the Apollo moon mission in 1972. Kate Fisher reports.
After several weather delays, the Polaris Dawn mission lifted off from Cape Canaveral in Florida on Tuesday morning. During the spacewalk, 2 of the astronauts are expected to exit the spacecraft on a tether, but all 4 will wear and test newly designed spacesuits, as the capsule doesn't have a pressurized airlock, so it will be exposed to vacuum conditions. Previously, only NASA astronauts have ventured into the vacuum of space to work on space stations in orbit, repair satellites, and conduct scientific experiments. Kate Fisher, Washington.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Good morning, or maybe good evening to Sylvester. Chimed in a few minutes ago. Hey, folks, it's a beautiful night here in Korenbong. And I really have enjoyed the show. 68 degrees. We've got mostly clear skies. I did not get to watch or hear the debate, but it's my understanding that Kamala was making exaggerated facial expressions when President Trump was talking. Wasn't Trump criticized for doing something similar? And I'm disappointed Trump didn't contain himself better. All right. Dennis, hope your morning's going well there. It is said our elections are ordained by our Creator. Hello to Mike. Says hello to Dean. Somewhere in Kentucky, southbound along Interstate 75. You get down toward London, I guess you'll see the helicopters out there as the search continues for yet another day for last weekend's shooter. Good morning, Wheelchair Dave. How the heck you been?
Hey, Steve. Ups and downs, health issues here and there a little bit, just by being in the wheelchair,
Yeah.
Making it through it, though. Well, I got to tell you, I watched that debate, and, like Sylvester said there, I really wish Trump would have contained himself a little better and then a little bit more presidential, with the office and stuff. I would have liked to have seen him come across more as a senior person than how he was coming across. He still keeps up this name calling and talks about things that he doesn't need to be talking about. So now it was refreshing, the Skeeter guy that just called in, the new caller. Glad to hear someone call in with a good point like that. I hope the younger crowd throughout America can also, see through all these webs that Vice President Harris is weaving. It's just absolutely terrible, terrible. You didn't get a chance to watch any of it, Steve-O?
I got to see just a few minutes of it because I had to get in here and start doing my show prep. So I basically listened. I listened to most of it.
Yeah, so by listening to it, you guys, nobody, if you didn't watch it, you didn't get to see
the facial expressions.
Doing the facial expressions.
Okay, yeah, I didn't get to see that. Yeah, so if you're not watching, you don't know what the looks are.
Oh, and the drama on that was just unreal, with the facial expressions that she was making, and then Trump, was rolling his eyes back, and doing his normal looks too. Mm-hmm. I would have liked to seen one thing that he did not bring up when he was talking about nuclear war and the possibility of nuclear war and all that stuff. Well, he should have brought up the Biden administration that allowed that balloon to fly completely over the United States, over our missile silos, all the way across the United States, and decided to wait till it got to daggone the Atlantic Ocean to shoot it down.
Yeah.
Now, how do we know for sure that stuff wasn't filmed? How do we really know that for sure?
We don't.
Yeah, that's just some stuff that he had the opportunity to bring some of that up, and I wish he would have done just been a little bit more professional, and be more presidential. Now, I do have a question. Does he really have to debate her again?
Oh, absolutely not. He can accept. At this point, we don't know what the response is. Maybe later today we'll find out whether if he's willing to accept, the Harris campaign's challenge for another. If he doesn't accept it, they'll just use that as food for fodder to say he's afraid to deface her again because he feels like he was defeated.
Well, you watch that thing, sit down and watch it from beginning to end. He actually was. Unfortunately, I hate to say it, he got the towel handed to him. And it's really a shame that her points that she was making, ABC had it. The moderators were right with Harris. It was absolutely terrible. Like your caller said earlier, he walked into the fire. It was when he debated Biden earlier this year, and Biden did so bad, walking away from that. Mm-hmm. Well, the table has turned. That's exactly how this turned out for Trump.
So you think that do you feel, several have suggested they felt like he kind of walked in, he didn't maybe do any additional preparation to have facts and statistics and figures and things, and just thought she would come in as the cackling word salad vice president that she's been.
Yeah, I think it was a big surprise. because she went toe-to-toe with him, and she earned it, and she did a pretty good job. I guarantee you women across America are definitely going to be voting for her. And that abortion issue like Eagle was talking about, there's no way that Trump can win that. It's just not. It's not going to happen. I'm really worried about our country. I'm worried about, Trump, will defend this country a whole lot better. And, the world leaders do like Trump. And I'm just praying, as others are praying, that, he gets in office.
Well.
But I wanted to say one more thing real quick. I had a friend, coworker, that lost on 9/11. His name was Ed York, and we lost him on the towers 23 years ago. So, well, Steve, let's get some more callers in there. You're doing a great job. You need one of those broadcasting awards, buddy. Talk to you later.
Wheelchair Dave, as always, good to hear from you. Thank you so much. Thanks for being a listener. Knucklebuster on a hump day. What's going on?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, praise God, I'm not going to be singing tonight. So I know everybody will enjoy that. I got a question for you. How can a single bag of dropped Cheetos change the ecosystem of Carlsbad Caverns out there in New Mexico?
I have no idea. What are you talking about?
That's what they said, a single bag of dropped Cheetos. It was on the New York Post website there that it changed the ecosystem. Maybe Heatwave there can tell us more about it there. So I don't know. Somebody dropped a bag of Cheetos in them caves out there, and it messed everything up. So I also read on the drive that the ghost of a South Carolina dirt track that's been abandoned and tore up for years reappeared on Google Maps.
Really?
How did that happen? Well, yep. That's on the drive. Well, hold my beer while I do something real stupid, Steve. There is no ending to this category. This speeder led officers on a dangerous chase through the Rocky Mountain National Park. He crashed into another car, hurt 3 people, sent them to the hospital, and then fled on foot. But you know what? Barney Fife always wins in the end. They found a man the next morning there. He didn't have half his clothes on. He was cold. He was got some trucking news, too. The National Highway Transportation Safety Administration pedestrian crash safety rules could change American car design forever, see? Now, this proposal builds on let's see what that said, passed in April, that will require all new cars to feature pedestrian detecting automatic emergency braking by September 2029. Well, I think making all pedestrians wear a football helmet and shoulder pads might help also, and a bulletproof vest, as crazy as some things are getting today. What do you think?
Righto.
Well, this Swiss BMW driver, he got hit with a $116,000 fine just for tailgating, see? And that's all because he's rich. And then the last thing I got is, you know who Ron Howard is, right? Opie?
Oh, yeah.
Yep, he was. Yeah, he's the one that directed that Hillbilly Elegy. He said he was very surprised and disappointed by J.D. Vance's political rhetoric. Now, come on, Opie. I know you and Andy were Obama supporters. I don't watch that show anymore, so, well, I haven't as soon as I found out who they voted for anyway. So, you've had a great show. I'll get back quiet and listen in. I didn't think I was going to get to call in. Hell, damn AT&T wasn't going to let me in tonight. Finally did there once I got down here to Texas. But I've been real busy all day getting Tennessee prepared for that hurricane coming up through there. And I'm going to tell you, they're calling for 48-mile-an-hour winds, 2 to 4 inches of rain in 24 hours at my house. So I'm definitely going to call your mama and tell her to switch your britches with a persimmon switch. That's all my bull loaded for today, buddy.
All right. Yeah. So, yeah, well, batten down the hatches. Yeah, you might, I mean, so we'll see power outages, yeah, in all likelihood, all the way up into that region. Because it's not like an occasional wind gust here and there. It's the sustained winds. The wind. I found what he was talking about. That is a bizarre story. They say plain water is the only thing visitors are allowed to consume inside the huge cavern of Carlsbad Caverns National Park in New Mexico. Cheetos are a no-go. And the recent park visitor who dropped a bag full of them created a, quote, huge impact on the cave's ecosystem, according to the park. At the scale of human perspective, a spilled snack bag may seem trivial. But to the life of the cave, it can be world-changing, the park said. About the garbage found off-trail in the big room? The processed corn, softened by the humidity of the cave, formed the perfect environment to host microbial life and fungi. Cave crickets, mites, spiders, and flies soon organize into a temporary food web, dispersing the nutrients to the surrounding cave and formations. Molds spread higher up the nearby surfaces. Fruit die and stink, and the cycle continues. The park said rangers spent 20 minutes carefully removing molds and foreign debris from surfaces inside the cave, noting that while some members of the ecosystem that rose from the snacks were cave dwellers, many of the microbial life and molds are not. The Post called the particular impact on the cave completely avoidable, contrasting it with the hard-to-prevent fine trails of lint left by any given visitor. Great or small, we leave an impact wherever we go. Let us leave the world a better place than we found it, is what they were urging park goers. The park's website says eating and drinking anything other than plain water attracts animals into the cavern. Carlsbad Caverns followed up their post about the Cheetos bag with a post about leave no trace principle of disposing of waste properly. Contrary to popular belief, the cave is not a big trash can. Yet rangers pick up waste left behind every day. Sometimes this can be a gum wrapper or a tissue. Other times it can unfortunately mean human waste, spit, or chewing tobacco. Visitors are asked to make sure they do not leave trash in the cavern and to use the designated restrooms. So for the guy taking a whiz, nobody can see me in here. The big room at Carlsbad Caverns National Park is the largest single cave chamber by volume in North America. Accessible via a relatively flat 1.25 mile trail, the cavern was formed millions of years ago when sulfuric acid dissolved limestone, creating cave passages. That is fascinating.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, real quick like, good morning, Rubber Duck. Who says good morning from beautiful downtown Mishawaka as I babysit the Lexus dealership, waiting until 9 a.m. for cars to take to the auction. This should tell you something about the economy. They're shipping to, not buying from the auction. Great economy, my derriere. All right, let me get to... I think Vic wanted to chime in again here. Yes, Vic, good morning.
Yeah, real quick, Rush Limbaugh used to always say, pay attention to what the Democrats always want to bring up, and that will tell you what they fear the most. And I noticed that they brought up that Project 2025 again. I'm not really current on that, but I believe that was from the Heritage Foundation.
That is correct. That is not a Trump proposal. That is not an RNC proposal. That's the Heritage Foundation trying to give him a blueprint for what they want. It's not a Trump thing.
Right. And the reason they fear the Heritage Foundation is because the Heritage Foundation is a third party, and they can raise money not only for Trump, they can raise it for down ballots. And the Heritage Foundation is well funded or well connected, I guess I should say. But under our crazy election laws anymore, if the RNC went out and did all that, I think I mentioned that earlier, and I happen to think, my grandson, who's a precinct committeeman, he said if the actual Republican Party does that, that is considered an in-kind donation and has to be listed as a contribution to the campaign. So that's why the Democrats are so scared of Project 2025. And the other thing is with
J.D. Vance, he's going to be having a debate October the 1st against Wilt, and that's going to be on CBS. So he needs to look at this debate and kind of see some of the subjects that they might bring up. And that whole deal with Taylor Swift, they are hoping that Trump comes out and says something bad about Taylor Swift, and he should just ignore that and say, well, you know, people are entitled to say who they want who they want to vote for.
If he said something negative about Taylor, that would be another young female that he's attacking the female race, right?
That's correct. And on the abortion issue, Trump just should say, you know, if a woman is gang raped by people that shouldn't be in this country because she wasn't allowed to carry and protect herself, one of those Smith & Wesson used to make a lot of lady specials, and she becomes impregnated, you know, of course she should get an abortion. You know, that's not even a question there. So, you know, that's if I were Trump, that's about the only thing that I would definitely tie it back to the illegals here and then wanting to take the guns away from people that need to protect themselves. And with that, we're close on time, so maybe you can get another in there, Steve.
All right. Yeah, we're done. Only about a minute left. Let me see. We're rolling up on the 5 o'clock a.m. hour Eastern, and the National Hurricane Center, the latest update, just popped in, and looks like we don't see much change from the 1 a.m. intermediate advisory. Hurricane Francis moving northeast toward the Louisiana coast. Looks like maximum sustained winds are still at 90 miles per hour. If they reach 96, that would bump Francine up to a Category 2. I don't see any change in the central pressure over the last several hours as well, at 977 millibars. Either way, a faster northeast motion is expected of Francine today, anticipated to make landfall along the Louisiana coast within the warning hour this afternoon or evening. After landfall, that center is going to move northward across Mississippi on Thursday and Thursday night. All right, again, maximum sustained winds right now at 90. They do anticipate some additional strengthening this morning. When we come back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight, we will have all the latest, obviously, as by that point in time, Francine should have made landfall. So we'll keep you covered here.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling,